Welcome to the start of our adventure with something that's been a long time coming. This is Metroid Dread. While the last Metroid was once in captivity and the galaxy was at peace, but quite a few things have happened since, and we'll find out exactly what. Let's get started. And welcome, Mr. Influential. We're just getting going now. And 3 save files is traditional, with a turn of the helmet. And let's just watch the opening. We may as well read the introduction if it's just text. Metroid. A virulent floating organism that drained energy from its prey through physical contact. Metroids were originally created by the Chozo and named after the word for ultimate warrior. Their value as a bioweapon sparked several crises, and as a result, all traces of them have been eliminated. They are now extinct. X-Parasite. A gelatinous parasitic organism indigenous to the planet SR388. It would absorb the DNA of its host, living or dead, and replicate its form. When infecting a living host, it could even access the host's memories. X-parasites were driven not by emotion, but by an instinctive need to replicate and spread to increasingly stronger hosts. Their inability to be controlled marked them as even more dangerous than their sole predator, the Metroids. Like the Metroids, they are believed extinct. And of course, here we have the illustration of the opening of Metroid Fusion. Then once again a high resolution and a new art style, but anyhow, back to the narration. With no Metroid surviving on SR388, it became infested with the X, horrifying parasites capable of imitating any living being. Unaware of this, I set foot on the planet, got infected, and almost died. Our first sign of this being narrated in the first person, by the way. Although that's in keeping with the way that the text was written in Fusion as well. Now that's a nice three-dimensional look at a ship in Fusion. The only thing that saved me was a vaccine created from Metroid DNA, which also left me uniquely able to oppose the X. This ability was tested immediately when I went to a Biologics Space Laboratory's BSL research station to investigate a distress signal. And yes, Indignation Judgment, 19 years later, we do in fact have a command for that I plugged in for this special occasion. Just to give you a sense of proportion for how long it's been. Now here's our look at the... I don't know if people pronounce it directly as the Sax or just this SAX because it's just Samus infected by the X. I always kind of liked to think of it as the Sax because it makes the boss battle in Metroid Fusion literally a sax battle. Anyhow, there I battled many powerful X forms, including the Sax, which was the X mimicking me in my power suit at full strength. I eventually eliminated the X menace on SR388 by setting the BSL research station on a collision course with the planet. After that, the X and Metroids were just memories, or so we thought. Just when it all seemed over, the Galactic Federation received a mysterious video transmission. So here we are, new material. It showed an X, alive and in the wild. Thorough analysis proved the video was real. Although the sender was unknown, the transmission was traced to a particular planet. It was called ZDR. If the X had somehow escaped extinction out there, they would pose a threat to the entire galaxy. The Galactic Federation dispatched a research team of 7 EMI to investigate. Excellion Star Corporation, responsible for the EMMI or EMI. An EMI is a large research robot designed to capture field samples and extract their DNA. Their incredible mobility and protective plating, made of the strongest stuff in the universe, practically guaranteed the mission's success. I like how it's ambiguous about the strongest stuff in the universe, but we're going to blow it up eventually, so we'll find out soon enough. But not long after their arrival in ZDR, all communication was lost. It's very tempting to just sing along to the Metroid title theme. What is happening on ZDR? Is the planet really infested with X? As the only one immune to the parasites, it's up to me to go there and find out. It's interesting that the Federation in Metroid Fusion synthesized the Metroid vaccine based on Metroid DNA, but only administered it to Samus. You would think that she would not be the only one with the immunity. Because the Galactic Federation actually did have a concerted interest in reproducing a Metroid program of their own anyhow. But we won't think too hard about that. We'll just kind of take it for granted then. She is, in fact, the only one who can deal with the X. X marks the spot. One thing you can't see on the screen is that the HD rumble is going and underway. Robot voice acting. There is actually a little bit of that in Fusion as well. Very little, just the emergency alert. Anyway, let's just watch. I love how she keeps the fusion ship as well. I don't know the name of the fusion gunship, but there's a bit of continuity for you.
Entering the atmosphere in T-10.
Addressing her as lady, that's obviously going to be the Malkovich AI.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I know it's Adam, but it's Adam Malkovich. Hence, if you are familiar with a certain film by Spike Jonze, Malkovich. I love the new suit.
That elevator leads to the depths of an underground facility. Signal quality is likely to be low. Remote communication remains difficult. Try to connect to the facility's network when you reach the bottom. That way, they can gain contact. Any objections, lady?
Yeah, because the Adam AI did make it to her fusion gunship at the conclusion of that game. Now, this fellow we'll talk about in just a moment, but apparently this is how we'll be stripped of our powers at the start, I would be guessing. Anyway, very clear signal. That's going to be our nemesis. He was introduced, of course, in the unlockable artwork in Samus Returns, or what we now know to be a bit of a teaser to this game. And here we are, 15 missiles right off the bat. Oh, look at that. Slide on ZR. Sorry, ZL is a slide. L is going to be the manual aim, like it was in Samus Returns. X is going to be melee counter, like in Samus Returns, but with a bit of momentum preservation. B for jump, Y for shoot. Yeah, it's going to be pretty much the Samus Returns control scheme, but with 2 additional triggers that currently just gives you slide on ZL. Let me just see how we're doing in terms of menu, options, controls, anything like that. Particularly if we have some kind of option to turn off guidance, although that's not an issue yet. Oh, there's an event log. Interesting. Encountered a mysterious enemy. We don't need tutorials. So we're in Artaria. And there's going to be a zoom out to a global map so far. Okay. As well as a marker system. 6 markers total. And yeah, we'll figure out some kind of scheme for using it later. I found that when I played Samus Returns, I actually never really used a map marker system. Although, quite helpful to have that for memos, if you have a good system for it. It's 6 markers, not much to work with, but you never know. And that's what we have to start. 12 minutes of cutscene. Well, I mean, I was taking my time to read the text, of course. It's not really 12 minutes if you're just playing it in person and if you read quickly. Interestingly enough, run left gives you the door right away. Running left, of course, is literally concept number 1 that's introduced in the original Metroid. Also, the bridge is out, as we can see. Sure, we might as well take a look over here. I'm instinctively sort of pressing X to shoot instead of Y because, of course... Oh, it looks like this needs a charge beam, probably. Unless yellow doors for power bomb. We need to kind of get used to a new door scheme here. I had been replaying rather, Super Metroid and Fusion earlier in the week, just as preparation, and of course they still had everything on X. I have to get used to the manual aim being on L, not ZL. ZL is just a slide. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I always sort of instinctively just reach for the bottom trigger. And, yep. And it's just tutorials. Very similar kind of tutorial zone as Samus Returns. That's going to blow up, isn't it? Let's take a look at this. Yeah. Analog movement is going to be a little bit slippery here. And, oh, wall cling is back, of course, as we would expect. Wall cling, one of the best things introduced in the GBA games. Missed it a lot when I was replaying Super. Wall jump is probably back. Wall jump, as with Samus Returns, you press against the wall. It's not pulling away from the wall like it is in the older games. I much prefer the way Samus Returns does it. Much more intuitive, much more Mario-like. I think that the wall jump direction is probably the one thing that has aged the worst about the original Metroid controls, dating back to Super Metroid, when that mechanic was introduced. And yeah, that guy's just coming out of the ground. 89 energy. Yeah, took me a moment to just read the new E symbol there on the left. Ammo charge station. Notice that it's marked in red in the minimap in the top corner. This week you broke your Switch controllers. That's extremely unfortunate. You broke all of them? I mean, how many did you have, realistically? R is going to be missiles, okay. And then... yeah, it's the Samus Returns control scheme, but it is going to be on the shallow triggers, like L and R, not ZL and ZR. And I do instinctively have a habit of placing my index fingers on the bottom triggers, on the Z triggers instead, and so we'll kind of have to break that habit for this game. To the point where, because I played, or rather replayed, the GBA games on the Wii U, I'd actually remapped the GBA buttons to ZL and ZR because it felt more comfortable. So we have a lot of habits to break here. Destructible blocks are hidden. Yeah, that's just going to die to regular old beam shot there. And so far, not too much to explore in the map. There was a morph ball corridor on the left side just now, as we could see. And what is this? Probably a recharge station of some sort, or an uplink.
Uploading data.
So, you've accessed a network station. Well done, Samus. I have reviewed your vital signs and video log from the data you uploaded. I've run a full analysis, but I cannot account for why you lost consciousness. Whatever caused these changes seems to have stripped you of most abilities. That brings me
So
to
that's
the
going to be the
assailant.
pretext
I am
this
checking
time.
the Federation database against your video log. It appears to have been a Chozo. The attacker's identity is not yet clear.
I think this is actually the first sort of official pronunciation of Chozo in the games. I remember
I have
having
determined that you are somewhere within
disputed
the
that with
depths of
somebody.
CDR. Your top priority should be to return to your ship on the surface. This situation is precarious. This
We'll be
planet
going
appears
upwards.
to consist of multiple areas. Shuttles, elevators, and other modes of transport connect them. The ship's location is marked on your global map. You may encounter pockets of low temperature. Your Metroid DNA renders you vulnerable to such environments. There are many such cold areas scattered underground. Do not enter them with your basic power suit. One final thing. Underground interference is preventing radio transmission.
Yeah, I tend to read fairly quickly, so I'll zip through the text fairly quickly. I'm actually taking it a bit slower than I usually would, just for the benefit of making it watchable. Otherwise, I would just, you know, skim and zip, zip, zip. And yeah, indignation judgment, when it comes to Metroid pronunciations, there are a few things that are not obvious, like the planet Zebes. I remember that one kind of catching me by surprise. Yeah, sure, we might as well get the tutorial screen off. Oh, options. Let's take a look here. Nothing we really need to work with. It's not configurable anyway. Oh, there is a minimap shortcut on the D-pad. That's one thing that we hadn't really looked at. Nothing mapped to ZR so far as we know. And Mr. Influential, you said you had the thing to actually connect to the switch fell out and broke into 2 pieces. That sounds ugly. If you're talking about the Joy-Con rails or something. Don't know if you were just chucking that at a wall or something like that. Anyway, good old wall jump is going to be nice and crispy. Let's take a look at the global map. And this is where we're at so far. Oh, the ship is all the way up top, yeah. Interesting that, because of course the Metroid DNA was present in Fusion, which prevented you from having a standard ice beam. Whoops, let's not waste missiles. We're going to have cold areas be the initial obstacle rather than the traditional heated areas that you would traverse using Varia suit. It is advisable to not wall jump without disengaging from playing the switch first. Yeah, I agree. You don't see me wall jumping because I'm not on camera. Is this a missile door? No, it isn't. So, oh no, this is a slide. Oh, why didn't I just slide through what I thought was a morph ball slot earlier? We should backtrack. Anyway, here's melee counter. Same idea as before. You know what? No, we're doing it. Oh, except we can't go back up. Never mind. Never mind. In fact, the slopes are going to prevent the wall jump as well. Oh, whoops. A little bit late on timing. A little bit late on timing. There we go. Now, as with Samus Returns, the melee counter is followed by a bit of an auto-aim, as you can see. Followed up by a lock-on. No charge beam yet, so we can't test if charge is going to do anything with the item here. Whoops. Yeah, just going to get a bit more comfortable with the movement and drop all the way back down. Metroid, but in real life stream when I've ordered the suit. Can't really do it without the suit. Unless you're Justin Bailey. Whoop. Yeah. Still just kind of getting accustomed. We'll warm up to the control scheme eventually. Like I said, should be familiar from Samus Returns, only with a much better controller that's not going to break apart on me like my 3DS Circle Pad. I've played Samus Returns to 100% twice, and both times it broke off my 3DS Circle Pad, so there's definitely a bit of experience here. Why did it zoom in all of a sudden? I don't remember. Oh, okay, okay. If an area on the map is blinking, it indicates that a hidden item is there. Interesting system, very different from what we've seen before. In that there's no dot that's going to give you a precise location, it's just going to give you an approximate zone. So why don't we just poke around here and blow this up. There we go. Missile tanks are only going to give you 2 this time around. Going to have to conserve ammunition. Notice that this looks like a bit of a morph ball slot, given that I can't just slide through one tile like that unless I break something else apart. Here's the first-person mode we remember so well from Other M. Okay, here's Emmy number 1. Looking a little broken down. Did I... yeah, I countered. Okay. Slide under it. Okay. And then I got zapped. Okay. You have 1 chance to escape when captured. Timing is difficult to gauge. And there's a red dot on it. Okay, let's try it again then. I love how the terrain morphs and locks into its new place as you play. Let's see if we understand what you're talking about. Anyway, is this skippable? Yeah. Let's just... okay. Do we just run? I think we just run. Wall jump everywhere. And can it follow me up? Yes, it can climb. Is it going to climb slowly? I guess so. Oh, here's something cold. Ah, okay, you're talking about the terrain being dynamic, like when it blew up. I see. The energy from the central unit transformed the arm cannon into an Omega cannon. Omega Blaster, okay, interesting. Oh, okay, so these targets are available. I didn't actually get a sense of what the counter button to the ME was. I assumed it was the melee counter, but I may be wrong, because I didn't actually understand the timing, so... Hold R to charge the Omega Blaster. Once charged... so basically like missiles, once charged... yeah, so we just Aim at the core. There we go. Is there a limited use of that, then? Seems like there must be. So I guess we probably just go back and blast this guy. Interesting diagonal here. And yeah, it lights up blue when you are on target, so you do have a pretty generous window, at least on this one. The later ones may not be so kind. And yeah, it looks like the Omega Blaster has already been depleted. So if you miss, I guess that's it. Maybe so. Let's go back here just to see if we're missing anything. We'll have to pay attention to that new glowing minimap indication. Oh, interesting. Although as soon as you move, the minimap stops doing that, but at least you can see the surrounding rooms. This is the left button on the D-pad. And Mike and Nana, welcome. And we'll certainly remember you someday. This is a little out of reach for a wall jump. It is a glowing zone, as you can see. Yeah, I like the new power-up indication system. I don't know if it's visible on the overall map. It kind of is, yes, if you look at the glowing zone. In terms of where to do bonus item hunts eventually. And then... yeah. So we were back here earlier on. Yeah, we dropped down and we couldn't go further. So let's head over to this location. Okay. Activate. Oh, this is how the save stations are going to look then. Very unorthodox design. A very pretty game so far. And yeah, we have to look up for locations that can explode, of course. That's not activated yet. I assume this is eventually going to be Charge Beam. That's going to be what happens if it's series convention talking. Now that's interesting. That's the first time we've seen something like that. Dynamic fluid levels. Does that allow me to do anything back here? Doesn't seem so. I think mostly... Notice how the fluid actually prevents the slide. Eventually, if we get some kind of equivalent to the gravity suit, I assume that would correct for that. But here's some kind of distinctive zone. This reminds me, oddly enough, of the wolf sequences in Twilight Princess, if you remember the portals there. Yeah, I mean, the fluid definitely hinders some of your movement. There are in each of the Metroid games some things that the fluid does prevent you from doing. Usually it just constrains your jump height, but it also locks down some things like how you interact with the morph ball bombs, etc. Like Indignation Judgment, I don't know how much experience you have with this series at all, so I don't know if I'm just retreading basic stuff, but I'll be happy to explain anything I can. 3% completion in this zone so far. And yeah, I guess you kind of get to see that there's this entire zone here that's been designated by this boundary, and perhaps we've entered this zone in its totality. And I guess glowing rooms so far are network station and save station. I guess they're just the save points then. Yeah, very interesting to see the sort of traditional grid-based Metroid room structure expand into something a lot more kind of modern and complex in a way that's fluid in the same manner as something like the Ori games, for instance, where you have these open spaces that are, I guess, less grid-like. Anyway, here's enemy number 2. And yeah, it generally makes you run slower, it constrains your jump height, it disables bomb jumps in most, if not all, of the games, I think. There are a few other ones that go on. We'd better get out of here. Oh, this guy's gonna give it a chase. Notice that you can see the red dot. Oh, I can't go through here. Yeah. Nope. Okay, let's get the counter down then. Did I get the counter? Okay, I guess you have to hit... I don't know what button it is, but I'm trying to hit the melee counter every time it's glowing, and I think I just missed the timing on the second one, so... Yeah, you have to counter it to stun it, and then you can slide. And in general, I should just try not to get caught. Notice how we're checkpointed right here. We are not restarting from the last save station, but rather at the entrance to this sequence. But yeah, part of the point of receiving the gravity suit in previous games isn't just the speed of movement during the water and the availability of the speed booster and so on, but certainly the jump height as well. Very big part of that. Okay, let's watch the mini-map. This guy is going to chase me quite well. Can't quite make that wall jump, unfortunately. I could have made it through that door. It was a glowing door. I probably should have considered that. Oh, there we go. Okay, attempted a timing again, and I missed the second one, so... I think I hit the first counter timing. The second one still getting me there. We do need to learn this properly, I think. Because otherwise that will get me into quite a bit of trouble later. And criticism, welcome. And yeah, I know the pre-roll ads on Twitch have just been steadily growing on us, which is unfortunate. But thank you for making it in here regardless. Okay, going to retry this segment once again. A couple of slip-ups here. Just getting used to the pace of analog movements. Chase is going to continue because we're still within that zone, I guess. Can it detect me if I'm in the water? I'm red. I have a red circle around me, and maybe the answer is no. Okay, notice how... Okay, red circle dissipates. I think when I have a red circle around me, then I am evading. Or, no, I'm being tracked if I have a red circle around me. I'm being targeted. But when it dissipates, then I'm safe. After this slide, obviously I couldn't see what was going on at the left location. If this flows like the previous encounter, we will likely have to find an Omega Blaster. Notice the invisible thing in the background. Beautiful background art here. We likely have to locate an Omega Blaster and go back to that zone and then go on to hunt, if I understand this correctly. Checkpoints through saves? No, I don't think it's archaic. I think it's something that has to match up with needs of the design. Hollow Knight, for instance, is completely balanced around that expectation. It has some very long runs back to bosses. I think that when you have the ability to just suspend the game anywhere, that's earning the save point more for a way to hedge against death is actually kind of more meaningful than using it as a way to preserve your save file. Yeah, sure, let's take a look at this.
Uploading data.
Uploading data.
Both enemy you encountered were clearly trying to capture you. They may have been hacked. If so, its enemies send out a pulse to detect vibrations in the air within a certain range.
Okay, they can
Upon
hear me,
detecting
so
vibrations,
I basically
the
have
enemy
to
enters surveillance mode to track their source.
stay out of his line of sight as we did earlier when we slid.
Otherwise, the danger to you increases dramatically. An enemy that has seen you will begin pursuit. Part of the pursuit protocol is to seal the to survive. You must leave its range of pursuit. Evade the enemy.
Yeah, so I slid and then it was unable to get through the gap. That's how it worked.
Them to operate only within that range. I estimate a 99% probability of death. There may be a very small opportunity to escape, but
virtually impossible. I guess that's just part of the skill cap in this game. We haven't been able to pull it off just yet, so.
To defeat the first enemy, your only option now is to evade capture and find your highest priority in an enemy zone.
Okay. And yeah, criticism, no worries about staying awake. Feel free to drop in and out whenever you like. And Indignation Judgment, yeah, the lighting has definitely caught my attention so far, for sure. Is this open? No, it's something that we could probably eventually blast if we look at how that's designated on the map as a red door. Yeah, so interesting that these one-tile gaps so far. If we eventually get something like Morph Bomb, would be able to get through. But for now, they're kind of exit only using the slide ability. Also notice what's below me right now. That you've got the Chozo statue, not the item style of statue, but some kind of statue. That may or may not grant some kind of ability. Doesn't seem like it's that kind of statue, though. Over here, we have something that we can pick up as a bonus. We probably just have to blow up all of this stuff. Okay, there we go. Except, I do not have the ball yet, so I can't actually get through that gap even with the ledge grab, so... I would assume that the ball is probably going to come pretty soon. Oh no, we lowered this, so it's a dynamic environment that allows me to traverse this. Yeah, that's something very new. And was similar to what Indignation Judgment was saying earlier. We have to re-enter the zone, and now we have to survive once again. Exercise some stealth, perhaps. Interesting. That on the left side. Let's try to grab that. I don't know if that's going to be the Omega Blaster or something else. Let's take a look at this map here. We can... Oh no, this is one-way gate. Very subtle kind of one-way gate. This has yet to be opened, so we'll consider that. We're not yet tracked. This, however, is blocked. Oh no, we're being tracked. Okay. This looks like it is gated off for now, unless we... Nope, I don't really have the ability to do anything here. Ah, nope. And missing the counter timing once again, so... I still don't know the counter timing. I am trying to respond to the dot, but... It is something that, by design, has very narrow windows, so... May not have much to work with just yet. That seemed like a bit of a dead end, to be honest. And I don't know if there was a way to get out of that once we were being tracked. I mean, we can kind of scope here before we're being tracked by the robot, just to get it on the map. And then, once we're within its detection zone, that's going to be an issue. Mr. Influential, I'll respond to your request for number 86 in just a moment. Let's do it now, actually. Just give me one moment. And yeah, it just took me a moment to read that reward, so we will, in fact, pull that up. So you're going to request number 86. I'm trying to remember if I have done this one on stream. Regardless, let's do it. Sonnet number 86. Was it a proud full sail of his great verse, bound for the prize of all too precious you, that did my ripe thoughts in my brain in hearse, making their tomb the womb wherein they grew? Was it his spirit, by spirits taught to write above a mortal pitch, that struck me dead? No, neither he nor his compeers by night. Giving him aid, my verse astonisheth. He nor that affable, familiar ghost which nightly gulls him with intelligence, as victors of my silence, cannot boast. I was not sick of any fear from thence, but when your countenance filled up his line, then lacked I matter, that enfeebled mine. Good choice, even if that sonnet was not originally about killer robots. And here we go. Okay, I got within range of the circle. That's bad news. It's going to be in hot pursuit now. Let's get out. Might just have to slide the same way I did last time, to be honest. If we... Oh, slide down here. Okay, great. And then we have a new area. Yeah, I don't know if... oh, no, this is just where we came in from before. Okay. Same idea, then. I escaped the same way. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Just means I can restart the segment here. Also means I can just get out here, actually. I don't know why I just didn't consider that to grab whatever this is. Okay, that's a recharge. So that doesn't help me too much. Oh, we're in trouble. Okay. Let's try to get out to the left side this time. Seem to be out of range, finally. Okay, we got some new material over here. Is this wall jumpable? I don't know, but slide here. Oh, no, we're being pursued. And yeah, I can see the sound of my footsteps. I don't know how to get out of this. Nope, there's how you get out of it. Except I don't have the ball, so I can't go through there yet either. Yeah, when you break into a run, and when it catches you, you can see the radiating pulse of your footsteps in yellow. As you can see, we've been detected. I'm in big trouble. I don't know how to get out, so let's get out here. Okay. Alright, there we are. There's an exit. There we go. Straight into the water. I wonder how much flexibility you have in sections like that, in fact. In terms of whether or not you do just have a linear series of exits. I mean, we've looped around a few times just as an emergency exit, as you can see, so we're kind of exploring those segments at high speed. But I basically wonder how much flexibility there is for the player before you find an optimal pathway out. We can kind of see on the map as well that we still had quite a lot in that zone to cover, I believe. Like the top exit. There's enough time pressure in a chase segment like that that you don't necessarily have the time to process where other optional routes or secrets could potentially be, so... You're curious if you couldn't exit from that room unless it broke through the walls first. That's a good point. I mean, there was so much going on that I couldn't quite track everything that was going on dynamically. So, I don't know if I can answer that right away. Energy tank right there. Energy tank with that very stylish new E for the symbol. Looks like, once again, we would at least need the ball out of the ledge grab in order to go for that. Might as well work on the counter timing a little bit, even if we're at full resources. Notice how you can wall jump off of this even though you've got water here. I wonder if it is possible to get in through there. I think the water is making me slip through, but I don't know if there's a way I can just slide off the top platform perhaps to get through there. Doesn't seem so. Yeah, you are going to slide down, so it looks like we do need to access that with a door on the right side. Lots of stuff to pick up here eventually. And yeah, they really do tease you with the morph ball, especially because, well, right now the game is getting so much mileage out of using the slide with those morph ball passages. It's a very obvious one-way gate. Now this is also something that's kind of a one-way drop, I guess, but is eventually traversable with something like the equivalent of the gravity suit. Don't know how many of the traversal powers are going to be similar to what I had before. And then, yeah, breakable location over here. We'll check that, and look at that. I wonder if that's going to lower the level previously at all. No. You can see the height, in fact, in the minimap. You can see the height of the fluid completely. So we'll see if that affects anything on the left side then, because I definitely can't make that jump so far as I can tell. We can, however, probably make it through here. This is new. Let me check the left side. Just a wall jump there, so nothing much we can do. Here's a new uplink, or something else entirely. What have we got here? Oh, it's like the equivalent of a map station, I guess. Very complex map. As you can see, lots of symbols on it that I don't understand yet. We may have to take a look at the map screen to decipher some of that from a legend, perhaps. The yellow rooms are saving facilities. The purple rooms contain transportation devices, such as a lift, I guess. Oh, there is a zoom. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and it, of course, does mark the power-up locations. We kind of need to get used to the new symbols in this game. Definitely a bit of an unprecedented change from the previous iconography of the series. Yeah, it even saves. Imagine that. What an innovation. What will they come up with next? Yeah, glowing locations are, of course, still glowing. Interestingly enough, even though we passed by the missile tank and the energy tank in this area, it's not glowing. I wonder if that's because it's inaccessible or for some other reason. But I don't know so far what the rule is for why certain zones are glowing and why they aren't, in terms of the secrets hunting. The ME patrol zone is entirely in black, as you can see, this whole central area here. And the map station is going to give you things like the save locations, except it doesn't tell you the nature of the save stations, whether it's going to be a comm station or something else. Purple, I don't really know what that is. But fast cursor, what is that? Hang on. Fast cursor. Oh, I guess it's if you select a certain thing, then you zoom in, or highlight icons. Oh, I guess if you're looking for a specific kind of item. So you highlight all missiles, for instance. Or you can highlight all energy tanks, which is just the one right now. So, a lot of new stuff that we had never seen before. And yeah, these are just doors of a certain type. It highlights all doors by the looks of it. Yeah, interesting interface. Going to take a little bit of getting used to. And once you are through a door, it does tell you this is a power beam door specifically. This will eventually be breakable with something else. And what about the power beam doors that we have not been able to activate? They are still marked as such, I think. Except you kind of have this double barrier here. I think that's probably what indicates a charge beam gate. And yeah, it indicates it's acquired because it's faded out. Sensor lock door. So we know that's a sensor lock door. We don't know exactly how that's going to go. The entry is ME zone door. We can mark those accordingly. I wonder if the highlight persists in the mini-map. Doesn't appear to do so. Ah, yes, purple rooms are transportation devices, so we'll keep that in mind for some of this future stuff. Don't know what that is yet. Ah, yes, no, that's the statue I passed earlier because I saw it and I couldn't actually make it up to it, so we roughly know what's going on there. Probably just a recharge station of some sort, if a precedent tells us anything. So yeah, okay, so this slot here was the one I was curious about earlier as a morph ball slot, and I was right, it is a morph ball slot. There is that one tile gap there, so you would not have been able to slide through anyway. But as you can see, it's connected to the Ami zone as well, so... Maybe it glows as long as there's a hidden one. Yeah, like one that you haven't uncovered on the minimap yet. I think that's a worthy theory. Sure. Okay, just gotta get accustomed to some of the manual aiming here. Let's make it upstairs. Okay. Oh, interesting. Look at this scramble here. I guess it's probably with that initial ledge grab. Like a ledge grab and then... No, notice how I did that sort of double scramble. That's interesting. Instead of a wall jump. Yeah, this is just going to be straight wall jump, but if you do the ledge jump like this, you kind of do this immediate scramble instead of having to wall jump back and forth like that. So we'll be on the lookout for slots like this for that kind of movement. Very slick, actually. And it only happens if you do the immediate double tap. That's, whoops, pretty interesting. Yeah, just so you're aware, as you've probably figured out already, my playstyle in Metroid games isn't fast. It does tend to involve lots of fooling around just to see what I can do. Nope, missed a counter. That guy sliced off half my health. There we go. Yeah, it took 50 off. 2 hits would have been lethal. Ah, this is what we got earlier. Good. I don't know if I had a particular reason to retread this, even after lowering the water level. I don't think I've acquired any new movement abilities that would make that worthwhile, so... Let's take a look here. We probably want to go straight out here, except that ledge is a little bit high for water at the moment, so... Now what have we got? Yeah, we lowered the water. Got all this over here. Couldn't quite make it over here. I mean, there's enough going on with the dynamic environment that maybe I should just do the loop again and see if anything has changed. Because otherwise, like, this is the only sort of exit I've scouted out so far. We'll see what this is all about, perhaps. Unless I can... Yeah, because I don't think I have any new traversal abilities that would get me anywhere. I love how the game just kind of gets you wall jumping right away. In fact. Explosive location to the left over there. Green door over there. Probably something like super missile. And I don't know if anything would have changed with the water level over here, or we're just missing something completely. Anything here? No. Ah, okay, so you can in fact progress through this. This didn't seem to be... No, you can't. Okay. I knew there was a reason that I wasn't able to do that earlier. Unless there's a ledge that I can blow up, perhaps. Alright, let's just do the loop back around and see. Yeah, whatever. I mean, the smart thing would have been to save, but... Possibly I was missing something in this area here in terms of exits. Let's just... see here. Yeah, notice as the map uncovers that the you have darkened areas and lighter areas. And the lighter areas are the ones that you've actually touched, if you look at a minimap right now. So you can see what you've actually touched within the room. And that seems to be important. The main thing I can do through here is to go back up, I think. I think the idea should be to reverse back to the top, because that's the main thing that I've been given here. It's just a way back up. Possibly something has changed. Yeah, let's just head back upstairs then. Particularly because we know where the transport zone is, and that seems to be the new information that I acquired, even if we can't do anything with it just yet. So back in the Emmy zone we go, I think. Okay. And hey, Thomas B, welcome. Hope you've been enjoying it. As you can see, we just started up. I'm very early in the game. If you've been playing this already, I'm sure you recognize that to be the case. Okay, so nothing new that I can reach yet. I didn't try wall jumping up in this location. Oh, whoops. No, nothing new over here either. Let's take a look at the map. We know this is not traversable. We don't see a way through here. There is this passage over here that looks like a ball passage. I don't have a way to actually get up in that slot just yet. What are we missing then? Probably some way to break this open with perhaps a missile. And possibly a way to get up here, which I perhaps didn't try hard enough. Unless there is something breakable on this side, for instance. Yeah, we probably need to come back down and just try breaking things. Like, actually bothering to shoot that wall. Because right now, I don't think any of this stuff is, in fact, traversable, so... I just have some particular blind spot here that we don't know about yet. And yeah, let's just head back down. I keep instinctively hitting a ZR for missiles. That's not going to be right. I don't see a way down that central passage. I feel like you need to look for explosive locations to get anywhere with this. Let's go back in here. No, that's just a loop that we did previously, right? Yeah. Nothing through here. I am missing something. I need to get into the habit of looking for slide locations as well. That's something that... It's a new habit that we need to get into when it comes to visualizing how the map is structured, so... So yeah, I was saying earlier, we were kind of admiring the jumps over here. Don't know if there's a way across. I feel like I should be able to make that. Why didn't I? Oh, because of this gap here earlier, that put me off. Yeah, no, this is easily the way ahead. I don't know why I didn't just consider that. And yeah, I was playing a bit of Super earlier this week as well, but I played Fusion afterwards, and so I'm not completely unaccustomed to the new hold missile system that's been in place since the GBA. I feel like we need to let this guy walk. I mean, we'll need to slide in and we'll need to confront it. And we haven't uncovered this part of the map yet, so we just need to do it. Oh, what's that? That guy, I wonder if... Yeah. We can stab him. For lots of missiles, in fact. Oh. We've got trouble. Dive all the way back down. Okay. Oh, it's going to track me, so we need to get out. Okay. am kind of doing this on impulse right now, and so it should lose track of me here, yeah. It doesn't. That's okay, we'll just loop around it and continue. Let's see if I can find a passage out of this zone. What is this? Oh, you step on it and it raises the water level and not by enough. Do I step on it further? No. Okay. Let's do a bit of a loop again. I know we can get out this exit over here. That looks like you need to hit it with like some kind of 3-shot, like a spacer shot or something. Yeah, it looks like we eventually probably just need to raise this even further. There we go. Once you've raised the water level by enough, I should be able to perhaps get out that way. Okay. Okay, let's not do every ledge grab here. Okay, that seems to have locked into a new level. Yeah, so now I am able to slide out that passage, at least once I have gotten this guy out of the way. Whoa. Well, that was the right idea. I just don't know the counter timing yet. But that was the right idea. You just need to loop around enough to raise the water level enough to get that slide down. Yeah, that triggered a sound alert. That was not the cleverest thing we could have done, but we'll just come around here and do the loop. And the thing is, it doesn't just follow a set pattern, it does try to track you in the correct facing direction. And as you can see, we didn't hear the sound effect to lock that in, so... I do need to sometimes stand in a certain position to let it walk in the desired direction so I can lead it over in the way that I want. Otherwise it just turns around and tries to track me the other way. Okay, that locked in. It's going to go down to the bottom. Oh no, it's going to stay on the bottom. Alright. Let's try to lead it over here once again. Oh no, that's already locked in. Okay. Yeah, you actually only need to lock it in once. I didn't realize that earlier because I had triggered the panel a few times without having stepped on it for long enough. Knowing that, we can now just gently go down here, slide in, and we're out. It seems like we're not done yet. Oh. And we are out. Nope. It tracked me, and I'm probably dead here. I should have slid under it and the ceiling section. Okay. Yeah, really interesting sequences so far, in that you kind of have to read the environment under time pressure, and something that you don't ordinarily have to do in Metroid very much. Because, you know, on one hand you're trying to watch the radar and escape, watch the robot positioning and everything, but on the other, you are at the same time trying to just okay, so we can get out here. And we're out of that zone, yeah. Because at the same time, you're also trying to scan the environment for exit, so it's kind of like your eyes are always in two places at once. And it means you can't just indefinitely bounce around certain locations to scan for exits or alternate pathways. Made some noodles. The countering has not yet succeeded. Not even once. But the escapes have been going a little better, so that's definitely a plus. Looks like this connects probably to the initial location. We should check it anyway. Yeah, it does. It is a connector. Once again, using what looks like the morph ball, which we still don't have. Yeah, this game really, as you were saying earlier, teases you with the promise of the morph ball eventually coming in and just rescuing you from a lot of these positional difficulties. Okay, let's blow that up. I didn't really need a missile for that, but I guess there's a glowing location. Maybe we can recover something here. This looks like a missile door. And that looks like an ice zone up there, and that's why we would not want to traverse that yet. Okay. This game really makes nice use of that widescreen aspect ratio to kind of give you a look at all of the available passages there. This is a slide passage, as we can see. Let me just... I missed something here. Let's see if we can just take a quick peek. Yeah, still missing something. Might not be accessible until we go downstairs. Yeah, it's a solid design choice with veteran players kind of expecting an early morph ball. Yeah, I agree with that. Because you're reading an environment and you're just wondering when it's coming, right? And there are so many locations where you're going to be kind of desperate for it. And so I like that. It's playing on Metroid conventions to raise a bit of tension here. Good thing Samus took a lesson from Mega Man 2 or 3, I think it was, and actually learned to slide. I think it was Mega Man 3. Yeah, so we don't want to go through there yet because of the cold. In fact, the cold is signified by the door here. This is actually the same kind of effect that the hot zones have with the fire effect in Samus Returns. So that's how it was signaled for the Varia suit requirement. This is going to be the first statue that we get. And you know what? Let's screenshot the item acquisitions. I kind of like that, even though we're not breaking any sequences yet or doing anything of the sort. Charge beam is going to get you through a whole lot of doors. We've seen lots of charge doors here already. They damage enemies immune to normal beam shots, such as robots and bosses. I don't know if that includes the Emmy. Given the Omega beam earlier, I would assume that's not the case. But it does say robots, so who knows? Oh, I guess these... Yeah, the robots that we killed with missiles earlier. I see. Charge attack by spin jumping with the beam is fully charged. Okay, that's interesting. I know that's in some of the previous games, in fact, and I never really used it. I think it was in Zero Mission. But I find that I sort of underused the charge beam. I love the charge beam explosion effect, by the way. That's beautiful. You can really feel it in the rumble as well. It's very satisfying. Also, yeah, the statue is... Oh wait, let's take a look at the map here. Okay, no, that's just the item sphere. I was wondering about that icon. Charge beam door is going to be available right away. Budget screw attack. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And we're back in what looks like the main entrance. Right, because of a charge door that takes you back into the beginning. And yeah, that guy dies to 2 charge shots. Very nice. I say that I don't use a charge shot much, but then I just played Fusion, where the charge shot gets you through pretty much the whole endgame. But like some of the late content in Fusion is all about the charge shot. So, but sort of on a regular basis, I don't kind of think about it all that much. Like with the 5-bomb drop effect in Super Metroid, if you know what I'm talking about. Like, that's something I just always totally neglected. Missile block. Okay, so it actually shows you what the destructible blocks were on the minimap as well. That's interesting in case you're ever under a great deal of time pressure for that sort of thing. Lots of stuff that we can go back to explore with the charge beam doors if we choose to go back. We probably want to progress here first, but... Oh no, this is just a connector to get you back around. Okay, let's take it. These guys are just gonna fart in your general direction. Energy tank. Wonderful. We'll take that, of course, once we drop down here. Yay, first energy tank so far. That's not reachable yet. We know that from experience, from having come in from a save door earlier. Looks like we'll be heading back to the Emmy zone pretty soon. Back to the counter tutorial. I do have to remember that the counter does preserve momentum in this game. That you can, in fact, dash into counter. It looks very stylish, in fact. Look at how I crossed the gap, in fact, with the... Oh, can't do it twice. Oh, wow. I wonder if you can slide in the counter. Kind of can. Yeah. Much more dynamic than the equivalent in Samus Returns, in fact. Okay. Although I still have that Samus Returns habit of just standing still for it, which may not be the best idea, but... Yeah, the movement feels really swift in this game. Probably entirely because of the animation. I mean, Samus has always been really swift in 2D games. But the animations here are particularly dynamic in terms of the way she's chaining into the slide and everything as well. All of this we've explored previously. Oh, this is kind of in this zone here. We didn't... Okay, we have been here, but... Sure, let's go back and see if the charge beam has anything new for me. And yeah, do remember that from earlier. Let's just do some checking here regardless. Destroyed central unit, that's all that it was. Okay, nothing else to break here as we kind of tell from the map. But yeah, the lights here are just wonderful. Love the whole muted look at the background as well. Like every Metroid game does have a very distinctive look and feel to it. Not just in terms of the art style, but in terms of color palette. I mean, you know, something like Fusion looks extremely distinctive. Anyway, this we can bust through. Let me check the map to see if we want to check anything else first. I kind of like the idea of heading down to the central unit, though. That would require entering the Emmy zone and then heading down to the charge beam, so... not a lot of space here. It probably connects to this area down here, so we may as well check it first. I don't know if I'd be able to... Yeah, Emmy zone entrance down below. And... Okay. We can go through there. That is going to be with a central unit in this area. I am tempted to just do this side first. Notice that we never went out this door. I think I'm unable to yet because you have all these ice walls that I can wall jump off of, but can't actually ascend yet. I would assume that eventually you have some way of scaling the ice walls. Because they look very deliberately placed to permit that to eventually reach that missile tank, as well as go up this door to see whatever's over here. Yeah, okay, let's go. Oh, we got something new. Oh, this is a different Emmy zone entirely, is it? No, it looks contiguous with everything else, so... Don't know what that animation was all about. And cut through here. Yeah, this is the top of the central unit by the looks of it. Now, what's going on? You can try going back up the right side again, perhaps. No. Never mind. Yeah, not reachable yet. Haven't been detected yet. There is this zone up above here, which... Oh, that's picking me up. Got a yellow boundary on the map. I wonder if the yellow boundary... Yeah, because red boundary means I'm actively being chased. Yellow boundary means it's searching, I think. That's my understanding. Yeah, because you can kind of hear it come through the door, can't you? You can check the general map. It's kind of hunting. And scanning around. And, oh, it's coming. Yeah. If it comes through here... I would assume the charge beam still can't do anything with it. Still hanging around this area. Yeah, it's coming through. Nope, not chasing. Still kind of hanging around though, so I do need to let it walk. I mean, eventually we'll have to deal with it. Whoops. And by eventually, I mean now. So anyway, let's exit. Let's try to re-enter. See if we can reset his position. Oh, okay, no. Now you can enter. Whoa, okay, that was quick. I mean, do you have to get around it somehow? Maybe just by going up here. Maybe it preserves its position on the other side. I'm not really sure. Oh yeah, you can't slide through here. I have to remember that. Well, in that case... Let's see, because having it right by the door there was not convenient. I think I need to let it pass and just go undetected by sound. Oh, no. Okay, now we run. I think that was actually the idea, just let it go around. And then I am within range. Let's get out, look for a charge door location if I can. Or even a standard door if we... Okay, no, standard door it is. But I should be looking for something new that a charge door has been able to get me. Can't quite wall jump high enough here. Whoops. Anyway. Let's just get out. Looking for a charge door, because that will be progress. Power beam doors all the way up here. There's water over here. Let's see, because we just need to take stock of our surroundings and see how it got out. the previous time. Yeah, I did come through here, and then I did manage to go up somehow. Okay. Oh, by way of this area here, yeah. That's right. So I just need to go, continue to go right, I think. Anyway, it has lost track. Yeah, notice this jump over here that we can't make just yet. I wonder if walking speed affects the sound detection. I don't know if it does. Like, is there any reason why I would not want to be running? No, we're in trouble. Okay, whoops. Okay. Right, because we previously got to slide over here and we went around up top. That's fine. Oh, charge beam. Or just counter. That works too. And yeah, this is the detection door that we saw earlier. Notice this little ice-like segment here that seems to be on a rail. I wonder if it just propels you upwards. Yeah, this is a bit of a lift, perhaps. Oh, interesting. That looks suspicious. That guy's just hanging around in the back. Ah, okay, so here is where we can progress with the charge. Alright. Let's proceed. Okay, we got that. We can also grab this guy here. So just back into the open with this game. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be a two-way. One thing we haven't seen yet in this game are the sort of one-way drop blocks. I don't know, just a different term for it. Also notice this is a destructible location if you shoot from below. Eventually we can create that passage. Starting to develop an eye for some of those destructible segments like that. And yeah, previously, I mean, through some kind of alternate passageway from up top, you can slide down into this area as well. I look at this thing and I totally think, okay, eventually we're going to come back with a power bomb and just blow this thing up, right? Definitely have to try it. Anyway, I'm going to get into some new material over here. Charge doors everywhere. This connects to something on the left. Oh no, that's a fire zone. We don't want to do that yet. Both of them are fire zones, in fact. I would assume it's going to be a Varia suit requirement, so... I mean, we can always take a look and check, but it looks fairly clear to me it would just get roasted. Also because, if you notice the mini-map, it actually does look red here. And I'm pretty sure that's indicative of something like a Varia suit requirement. Like if you look at the ice stores earlier, where was there an ice store? Oh, you know what? We can probably just highlight doors as well, except I think highlighting doors highlights all doors. There was an ice store somewhere here. We saw it earlier. Yeah, you see there's an ice zone over here. You can see that there's this blue highlight around the ice. And, of course, a blue segment over here as well, since we had revealed it visually. Clearly a simple bridge, yeah. A simple bridge that's going to roast you. This is another detection gate, sensor gate, I guess. Very interesting so far. We probably should dodge that. projectile physics everywhere. Yeah, I wonder what will eventually open these gates. It's going to be something similar to red gates that we saw earlier. This looks like some kind of recharge station, right? Thermal fuels flow has been redirected. Okay, interesting. Maybe that opens up a hot zone. I would... Oh, no, it powers the doors. Interesting. So we have to watch the background because I think maybe the conduits are important information. I also noticed this. Let's go back for it. Or can we go back for it? We would maybe need to do some kind of power redirection over here, unless... no, we can just open a door that way. And it should stay open, I hope. There we go. Very nice. I thought that looked suspicious. And yeah, so you can see the conduit visually at the back. Let's see what else it's guiding. Okay. This just loops back around to the earlier area, except now you have powered doors. Okay. That allows me to go down here. We've powered a lot more besides that. I mean, I probably should have checked the heat zones just to map them out, perhaps, but if you look at the red overlay here, where we can see that zone from the bridge, clearly that's going to be very restricted. Now the question is, if you're quick, is it possible to do a bit of a death run across this zone over to the purple area? With sufficient energy tanks, I think that's the kind of thing that people would try, just given that pre-Varia death runs are just such a part of Metroid tradition.
Uploading data.
There was no record of your assailant in the Federation database.
It was a warrior
However,
tribe, yeah.
There are records of it was a warrior tribe. There is a strong... You have seen the warrior tribe's architecture and artifacts on this planet. I conclude that this was one of their settlements. But why would someone lead you here and send the enemy after you? The situation remains unclear. You have activated the magna supply system that has restored power to the closed thermal door. Continue to search for the unique energy you employed against the first enemy. Unfortunately, this energy is limited. There are 6 remaining
Okay,
enemy
after it's
entities.
destroyed,
You
so
have no means to confront.
you are allowed to miss. And we'll eventually just charge up a missile against that. Anyway, new content incoming by the looks of it. We can probably highlight this kind of door, open thermal door. No, let's see. Highlight. Yeah, so it's going to highlight every thermal door. And it looks like there is a difference between the ones that you have not opened and the ones you have, perhaps. So we have some guidance in terms of where to go next. So we will, of course, have to get back into the chase zone, and this will probably be our target. Although I wonder, yeah, this missile was the one that was in the 1 tile slot earlier, or probably have to wait for a bomb. But yeah, heading down towards this area, that looks like it's potentially going to progress. Let's just see it. It's interesting how many doors are in the Metroid series. You're saying, considering how much of a nightmare they are to program. Oh, I don't know if they're a nightmare necessarily. I mean, are you asking about... Are you saying that there are many different types of doors, or are you observing something else? Okay, we'll go down. We'll go straight down. We know where to aim at this point, so... Oh, look at this gate over here. Probably needed to be fairly quick, too. Oops. We had a couple of opportunities to exit there, and these robots. I wonder if I can shoot them while docked. Whoops. Have to stand still here. What if I shoot all three? What happens? Whoa, okay. That was uncomfortable. Nope. Slid right into it. Seemed like a bit of a one-way slide there. Couldn't quite determine what I was doing. Anyway. We'll just have to be fairly quick about it. Not get detected. And this will give me a second opportunity to do that slide, also jumping over here so we don't get locked down below. Yeah, okay, so the gate below is what we saw earlier, which looked like a bit of a spacer gate or something like that. That's okay, at least we connected this room and we can see what's... Oh, come on. We can see what's happening. We're stuck, I'm afraid. We'll need to counter. Nope, too early. Still don't have counter timing. We'll eventually have to learn it. Now, after respawn, does this get mapped? I don't believe it does. We still need to connect the map then. Yeah. Yeah, because it is just from the last saved location. So we'd need to remap that eventually. Oh, nope. Missed it again. And go back up though. I want to try it one more time. Probably not very wise, but we can map out a bit more of the zone. And here's a charge door that's possibly important, especially because we do now need to escape. Oh, the door problem in game design, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, not so much about the implementation, but in terms of the layout design from a playtesting and sequence perspective. This is new. This is hostile. Oh, it's kind of like Rinka's. Very much like that, in fact. Is that even doing anything? No, charge beam hits robots. Let's do charge beam. Hit the turrets, too, while we're at it. I mean, he's got his bulging eye, surely some of this stuff has got to hit. Unless there's a moment of vulnerability that I'm waiting for. Seems like that's making an impact, but I'm not really sure. Let's... Okay, there we go. It is kind of like Mother Brain. If you think about it, like same kind of obstacles as in the Mother Brain room. Like the core units are very similar. Omega Beam, here we go. It's very much like Mother Brain, in fact. Sister Brain? Yeah, pretty much. Omega Blaster Online. Omega Stream Online. That seems to be new. Okay. Heat up to shielding. Oh, we need to aim a little bit better. Let's... Maybe. Or am I not understanding this correctly? Heat up to shielding. Did we just maintain this in place, or...? Maybe I'm just not aiming correctly. I mean, it seems like I'm on target. Oh, I see. Okay, no, you have to not do the Omega missile mode. I see. And then we charge the blaster. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so we have to not hit the R trigger if you just want to do a standard heating shot. I understand it. So we'll probably be looking for some cases like that. Alright. Let's wait for him. Whoops. And I totally missed. Okay, let's give myself a little bit more distance, perhaps. Curious shape of the door barricade there. Oh, you mean what we blasted here? Yeah. Definitely thinking about that. Oh, well, let's melt this thing. And then... yeah, I need to give myself a little bit more distance to charge the shot. And just need to aim properly, I think. I feel like this is one of the better locations I can choose. I mean, I can go downstairs as well. It's gonna hunt me. Okay. How did I miss? Oh, because of a shield. Yeah, no, it's the same kind of shielding. Yeah, if its eye is shut, you need to melt it off first. Okay, I understand. Because the barricade is of the same shape as when its eye is blocked. And so we do need to blast it first. And then I'll probably cause some kind of stun on the robot. And then we zap it afterwards. Yeah, we'll just... okay. Here we go. Okay. Then we absorb something about it. Oh no, it's just going to dissipate. But I've been powered up with something. Spider magnet. Well, that's just going to be part of the standard story progression here, but I assume that's for the blue walls. Spider magnet. Okay, so... yeah, basically like iron boots in Twilight Princess. Exactly the same, in fact, including the blue surfaces. It is kind of like the Grips Fusion, and welcome Ming. Spider-Man has definitely been acquired. Anyway, so we can probably explore this zone a bit. As you can see, everything is lit up in green. Now I can actually properly traverse it to grab some collectibles. We might as well open up the doors first, though, just to connect the rooms. And now I have the run of the place, and so that'll be quite nice. These guys still doing something? Yes, now we can... yeah, we just grip on directly. It doesn't seem like there's any kind of limit on it. And then you can jump out of that, just like that. Or just climb out of that directly, but you can also adjust to jump in midair, which is great. Oh, that's interesting. Looks like a bit of a one-time platform there. And then charge beam would have done just fine, but we'll take missiles. Why not? That looks like a suspicious location. Maybe not. Maybe that's just aesthetic. But never really know. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the grip infusion was that it required the ladders, and I mean, I guess that's the same thing here, except you need to unlock the item first. But here you can also curve across the surfaces, right? And yeah, it's a lot more analog and continuous, I guess, in terms of the way it's laid out. Should be charge beam. No? On the other side, maybe. Whoops. And yeah, so this teaches you that you can in fact shoot and continue to fight while you're gripping. Can't get through here yet. You need to go through the other side, so... by other side, I mean... Yeah, I need to wrap around to where we entered previously. That's okay, we can probably do that. And then eventually exit out to whatever that room is. Let's explore some more, though. Just to stock up on the arsenal a bit. Yeah, because you can come up here, you can't get through that door. I guess you do have to go out standard way. At least for now, whoops. This looks definitely like a morph ball bomb. Just determining that based on color more than anything. But yeah, we'll go back. No, we can't. Not this way. How did I get around? Previously. To the other entrance. Oh, I went through the other entrance from up top. Okay, 1 second. In that case, let's go back. Whoops. Yeah, I have to actually watch my step around those guys. Then, probably make my way back up here. Can't make my way up the slide, but we can probably loop back around some other way. Yeah, loop back up, and then... Well, maybe not this way after all. Let's take a look. Yeah, I didn't expect the sealed doors here to be sealed. So I guess you can't do that. You'd have to go through here by some other means. Maybe this is gated off for now and I can't actually access it. Because I'm not able to get through this slot here with the beam block. And yeah, I didn't account for this seal. That's the thing that's throwing off my plans. In fact, that seal would also prevent me from dropping in over here unless I'm going all the way around first. But we have all this stuff that's still unexplored, and so plenty that I can still do once we make our way back out of here. This is really the only place so far that we've seen the climbable locations until you get over here, so maybe we'll head over to something like that. So we better get out. If we get out, we... Yeah, I just need to go back out the standard way, and we came through here. And... yeah, we'll just go back. Okay. Never mind then. Oh. No, this is just that material again. Yeah, let's just back out slightly. So we dealt with, what, 2 enemy robots so far out of a known 7 that were sent to the planet. There's going to be quite a lot more after that. This was definitely the way forward. We walked that earlier. Showed off the moving platform. up here. Totally not have the opportunity to move through here, as far as I know. Was there anything else we could do up top? Probably not. Unless there were more blocks we could shoot. I should actually check that just to be absolutely certain. Because this looks too suspicious at this stage. Yeah, look at that. Should have just done that in the first place. Instead of assuming that there was a one block slot. You just blow up the whole wall. This looks like it's something that you can raise. Okay, great. And that creates a shortcut over to this location. Okay, that's going to be new material going forward. Whoops. Now, why does that seem blocked? Because we need to blow it up. That's fine, we can blow it up. That creates a shortcut, which is great, because that means I can check down here for that one missile that was unaccounted for. Why? Oh, no, because that was a morph block. Yeah, that's right, okay. Seems like a morph ball bomb block anyway. As far as I can tell. That's acquired. Yeah, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. That's climbable. This looks like a boss location. Also one that's not opening up for me anytime soon, so... Interesting way of doing that door, in fact. I wonder if it's called anything in particular when we look at the map. Just a power beam door, we just need to get through the infestation there. This has been blocked off. Oh, I see, it's another sensor door, okay. These are all sensor doors, so I need to let this guy open that. Maybe it's a melee counter. It is totally a melee counter. There we go. Yeah, interesting replacement for the big I-beam doors that were in previous games in terms of probably guarding a boss location, as far as I can tell. Well, a big monument to Chozo Warrior over here. And yeah, boss time. Yeah, really nice variation of a familiar concept to take advantage of the melee counter in a new way. Oh, whoops. Let's not get stabbed by that guy. Okay, charge beam is going to do just fine. Let's not get whipped. So I think I have to watch the tail pattern. Tail pattern is going to tell me what he's going to do. Yeah, that upward stab tells me that it's going to go above. And then the other patterns will do something different. Yeah, that's going to be the forward whip. This is all about the tail pattern. Okay. Okay, phase 2 by the looks of it. And hit the glowy thing. Tail pattern's still going to be fairly visible. We can do the missile strike here. Okay, fairly simple. Hardest thing in the game so far, it really has been the ME counter by a long, long shot. What's going on over here? Oh. I don't know what's... Oh, no, slide. There we go. Oh, this guy's got a big pouch in his mouth now. Oh, I see. For the cling. Standard shot's gonna do fine here. I don't really need to charge shot for this. Okay. Charge shot would probably help though. Okay, slide. Yeah, it really uses the whole moveset so far. Whoops. Okay, that's going to be the Poison Blast once again. Yeah, we'll hit it in the head. Whoa, okay. Probably should have gone over. Whoops. Nope, should have gone under. Running a little bit low on energy now. Whoa, okay. 9 energy left. We may, in fact, lose. Okay. I need him to spit something at me here. I also need to work on my aim. I'm out of missiles already. I actually do want him to fire some kind of replenishment at me before we get stabbed. Okay, I probably shouldn't have missed with my entire arsenal of missiles there. Getting a bit complacent. I was just commenting on how relatively easy his pattern seems to read. And, that could have gone better. Also, I should have hit the save location, shouldn't I? Oh no, the boss is right here, so we're fine, I think. Oops. I also don't know if there was a melee counter Q on anything he did. We should keep that in mind, because I never used a counter for anything. Not even a tail whip. And I wonder if there was a way to speed through that somehow. Nope. Come on. Also, I don't need to do the manual aim on absolutely everything. Sometimes it's just fine to fire straight at the guy. Yeah, 30 damage off the tail whip. That's a pretty significant hit there. And, whoops, no, don't want to do that. Standing up. Okay. Nope. Thought I could get a little further in front. Okay, replenishment. Okay. Yeah, missiles point blank. That seems to be fairly efficient. Yeah, when I have an opportunity to fire a lot at once, I should go for some missile spam. And I'll recover some missile replenishment right away, as you can see there, so... Definitely pays off to be a bit aggressive if you can get up close for a nice clean shot. One thing I really did love with the introduction of the analog aiming in Samus Returns was just how much it raises the skill cap of the combat. Whoops, slide. Come on. Except now we actually get to do it with a proper stick, which is nice. As opposed to... Whoops. Charge Beam does attract power-ups like they do in the Prime games, and like in Samus Returns. Wasn't introduced until Prime, though, I think. It wasn't actually in the Fusion or anything like that. Oops, standing a little too close there. Okay. Slide. Oh, there's a melee counter in, when you slide. I didn't see the counter Q previously, but if you have the slide, you can counter the tail, and that is probably going to be a much more efficient way to do this. Oh, let's get up here. Okay. Yeah, jump over in that location. Oops. Give him a bit of distance. I was really looking forward to the boss fights in this game because I felt that was one of the best things that the developers brought to the table when Mercury Steam joined the series for Samus Returns. Because the original fights in that game were fantastic. And Digger Knot in particular was a real high point with the 2D bosses. I need to jump over for this. Nope. No, let's do the counter. There we go. And we'll get the cutscene kill, perhaps. Now, do I get the really cool parting shot where I just turn my back and blast this guy in the face? Yes, I do. Oh, and I dropped a statue on him. Fantastic. Very stylish ending. Very, very stylish. And you've got something new. Phantom Cloak. Classic missile to the face maneuver, yep. Works for a lot of purposes. And yeah, I always liked the use of the charge beam to get the item pickups. It took me a while to realize that was only introduced in Prime, I think. Like, sometimes I'm surprised going back to the older games that the charge beam doesn't work that way, but it adds significant utility to it. An Aeon ability is returning from Samus Returns, obviously. Ah, okay, so this is what gets you through the sensor gates, then. Also gets you through the Emmy, if you look at it. You can skip detection. And it's going to be based on stick click. I never really do like stick clicks, but, you know, we'll just deal with that. Okay, so basically any action that we take will increase the energy consumption. Alright. Seems much more necessary than any of the Aeon powers in the previous game. And Aeon is going to recharge automatically, so we're not going to replenish it through pickups like we do in Samus Returns, but I guess that's what gets you through the sensor gate then. Anyway, thank you for the GG. And yeah, fantastic melee counter there. We'll go through these doors because they may actually lead somewhere new. We can, of course, highlight the doors to see where the equivalent sensors are. And that's going to get you to a new location up to the right eventually, but I feel like we saw more sensor doors than that, but apparently not. Only here on the right side, so. Would eventually like to come back down here. I guess we can if we take the bottom passageway, unless something was stopping me. I feel like something was stopping me, wasn't it? Oh no, we've been here. We've been here. Never mind that. I was looking at this missile earlier. And yeah, a bunch of these are going to require morph balls, so we shouldn't deal with them just yet. Let's just progress then. And okay, so Phantom Cloak. Look at that. That's totally. Oh, that's totally not fooled. You have to have it in the position here, and then you deactivate. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. If it detects you, you can't just go into stealth right away and expect things to work out. Look at this. This is, in fact, a sliding gate. Dropping down, however, is going to drop you down immediately. It carries you up automatically. That's what happens, as long as you're clinging on. Okay, interesting. Yeah, very interesting so far. We have another sensor gate over here. We can see what this is all about. Gets you over to fire. I guess let's load us up. Yeah, okay, that connects to the previous zone. Let's see what else we can do with this. Whoops. Yeah, we know that just takes you back to where you were previously. Oh, we can maybe hit up the save point here and get the charge door. Was this the power door? Yeah, the open thermal door. And yeah, eventually we'll just want to go over here and we'll have a save point along the way, so I guess we'll just go directly. Okay. And yeah, this was the missile pickup we saw earlier. Everything looking fine. Sort of what other optional interactions with the Phantom Cloak we don't know about yet. Other than just the obvious triggers like the enemy detection and the sensor doors. And yeah, I guess we'll just go straight through. Nothing else really to look at here. Oh, whoops. Should have given myself a bit more space here. And yeah, this allows you to cling. This allows you to ride. Ride rails. Now, why would I want to fight that guy? Oh, because I accidentally dropped in, that's why. Yeah, not intentional. But might as well check this for any kind of behaviors we might want. And the rail just auto retracts, so we'll take it for it. Yeah, interestingly enough, the progression so far is seemingly pretty linear. But it doesn't really feel that way when you play through it, simply because you have to play so reactively to get through the ME segments. This looks like an elevator room. We won't take it yet, of course, until I've checked the left side. Looks like a hot zone on the left side, though, so never mind. Yeah, hot zone's just going to connect through here, so... we'll take the lift. We're 24% in Artaria, so we've got lots left to do once we get back here. The zone is complex enough that I wonder if I could actually go through anything on the left side that we had seen previously. We didn't check this location here, for instance, or whatever was down here, but we couldn't actually get to slide earlier because of the way these doors were sealed, if I'm not mistaken. However, we just came through here directly. I sort of wonder if we can just backtrack through here before we do anything else. Don't know what this is. Looks like some kind of obstacle. Because there was some reason I couldn't backtrack through here earlier, right? Like we had the sensor door over here. Double sensor doors down here. And there's no reason why I couldn't have gone back, I think, if we... Oh, there's a slide here. Slide here is going to obstruct me from going up top. Go down here. Yeah, we should have been able to go back, actually. I'm going to try going back. When you see me play Metroid, you're going to see a lot of this stuff where I just make a last-minute decision to reverse course and backtrack. Okay. Whoops. Trying to counter them both at once is maybe getting a bit fancy. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, whatever. Okay. And yeah, let's go up through here. You get that? You're the same way? Yeah. Like, I've never been someone who plays very seriously for the completion times in terms of getting the best ending costumes and so on, but I do like to just poke around to see what I can do non-linearly, and sometimes I can make actual sequence breaks happen, and sometimes it's just a lot of exploration and backtracking for its own sake. Ah, okay, this is why that was blocked. Okay, never mind. Oh, and that's the block down low, is that some kind of plant that likely requires ice. Okay, so it looks like we are blocked here then, and can't backtrack just yet. Yeah, you get to those rooms and you say, what if? That's exactly it. Okay, so now we know that both of these are blocked. This because of the morph ball slot, what looks like a morph ball slot. And this is where we came from previously, and the obstacle there was the sealed door, right, if I remember accurately. Because we couldn't actually get up through here, I don't think, unless we had a panel that could be lowered. Yeah, we couldn't, because this... like, the seal on one particular door here... Oh, access is open, look at this. This was sealed earlier. Because the access is open now, we should in fact be able to go back. I don't know what triggered the access way. I don't know what triggered the access way, but it was just arbitrarily open, and I don't know what did it. Maybe it's when we left the zone or something, but... Are the sealed doors thermal? Or are they unique from them? The sealed door... No, it was previously just marked as sealed door. Like this over here, this exact spot was just marked as sealed door, and that was what was preventing me from exploring that earlier on. Yeah, so we'll just Phantom Cloak our way back around. Oops. Getting a little fancy here. Ah, now we're locked, okay. Maybe the access way is open now only because we're unable to actually go through any other way. Because this is locked, this is locked. This is locked, this is locked. So yeah, maybe the access is open because I can't do anything with it anyway, since I'm kind of past the point of no return going to the right side. Not even based on a contraption, but I think it is kind of based on a story trigger in a way where you had to be out of range of that zone. It is a little bit opaque in terms of why that opened up. But I think it's one of those things where it's just a bit of an arbitrary no backtracking measure. I'm not too fond of it when backtracking locks are just kind of totally arbitrary. I thought that Fusion was sort of a case of what happens when you do that excessively. Like, when I replayed Fusion earlier this week, I was actually playing a New Game Plus file. And the last time I played the game was like maybe 6 years ago, but and it was on Wii U. But I thought, okay, we might as well just go for a New Game Plus file. And I didn't realize that New Game Plus in Fusion actually fixes the #1 problem with Fusion, like the worst thing ever with Fusion. The New Game Plus is just you open up and complete a save file and you hit start over. There are only two differences. There is an item collection tracker that is a global tracker. It just tells you like how many energy tanks you have, how many power bombs. It's the same thing as the post-game tracker, actually, except it's active from the beginning of the game, and it also gives you the timer for speedrun purposes. The other change is that New Game Plus in Fusion, when you hit start over, fixes my number one problem with Fusion, which is that the placement of the point of no return in the end game is absolutely awful. Like, you know how there's a point of no return that happens out of nowhere as soon as you hit any navigation room on the map? That kind of kills off the collection game, just kind of locks you into the pathway to the finale. New Game Plus doesn't do that to you, and like the entire last act of Fusion is just an immensely better game when you're not just spending the whole time avoiding navigation rooms. Yeah, we're locked in as we have to go, so let's take the lift to the next area. Take our way out to Kataris. Yeah, because Fusion is just full of plot armor gates everywhere. Look at this. This is a rocket elevator. Very sophisticated. Anyway, Samus looking amazing. Yeah, cutie elevator music. I'm just imagining like the Wii Shop music or something, you know. Bum 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 bum. No, that's Star World music actually from Mario, but I'm sort of thinking of the Shop Channel music as well. Anyway, you can wreck that. Clearly we should go left because that's the path that's more hidden. Oh wow, enemy variety kind of picking up. Same kind of flame gate over here. We probably should have checked that right side door earlier, but whatever. Yeah, we should check it. Given that this whole area here looks like progression, that may be a save station or something else. Nope, it's not. In that case, let's go left. Notice that as you are running, you can do diagonal aiming as you run. This is interesting. And that's something I should have taken advantage of for the grounded enemies earlier. That you have this very smooth diagonal when you're just dashing forward. That's something that's new. Without hitting any kind of button, you just point the stick up and down as you run. Whoops, that's not a step panel. This looks like something that you hit with a charge beam. Very similar to all the Chozo robots that are all over Samus Returns, this kind of design. They look like they're pretty well guarded, though. No, they're not. You can bust them down all you want. Whoops. Yeah, very similar to the excavation bots. Can I just cling onto the wall for once? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Cling onto the ledge, rather. Okay. Sure, let's check this guy. Yeah, I feel like that's intrinsically going to be part of the speedrun skill cap in this game, like really mastering the dash with diagonal shot. Just a standard run with diagonal shot. And that's something that I hadn't really even considered up to this point, but it's going to make backtracking quite a lot better. I feel like the grounded enemies that we've seen so far were meant to kind of encourage that.
I have located the central routing system for the magma. It is here in Kataris.
Oh, Kataris. Okay, I was pronouncing it Kataris, but Machine's going to go with Kataris, so we'll agree with that.
Samus, your current suit cannot protect you as you explore Kataris.
And yeah.
The lava is too much for it. Under no circumstances.
No, I wonder if the Varia suit is going to give me, if it is the Varia suit, which I think is strongly implied by both the extreme hot and cold, I wonder if it is going to give me the classic Varia suit color. Or if it will be some kind of variant on a current color, the way that it is in Fusion as well. Because the current kind of post-Fusion suit with the blue sort of implies that, you know, Metroid component in you in a very nice organic way.
I know the shuttle somewhere above here. Use it if there is one other thing to discuss.
Phantom cloak.
It is here. The Phantom Cloak prevents the ME from detecting you.
Okay.
Note that using the Phantom Cloak severely decreases your mobility,
Okay.
and direct contact with an ME will still result in capture. The Phantom Cloak is useless. Once an ME sees you, you will need to evade
Yeah,
capture.
so, yeah, if it's in red, like if it's on red alert, then I guess we can't hide.
The Phantom Cloak can remain active after your aim has been depleted. It will consume your life energy instead.
Oh, that's interesting.
Consider it a desperate measure. Remember, it cannot drain your energy down to nothing. Judicious use of this technique will improve your...
Interesting. Yeah, I sort of just instinctively read a Kataris, and I wonder if it's by analogy with something much more familiar. We can go left. We can also continue going down. I'm going to continue going down. Hang on. Nope, we need to bust this down from the other side, so... Never mind that, that's the end of that ambition. We can also backtrack and check the top right, but we can do that later. This looks like a morph ball gate. It's kind of like a morph ball pinball setup, actually, on the whole left side that you see there. Pretty interesting. Disperse everything there. May as well check. Yeah, a lot of destructible gates that we see all over the place, of course. We'll keep that in mind as we open up new shortcuts from down below. Yeah. And magma doors are open, of course. Like, eventually we'll open red doors with something else, but we'll have to find out what. Now, the thing about the item progression in this game is that while Morph Ball and Morph Ball Bomb are extremely strongly implied and completely expected, of course, I guess with the redirection, notice how the door down low has been shut off, that when you change the flow, it deactivates some gates and activates others. But while the Morph Ball and the Bomb are completely expected, from what I'm seeing so far, in terms of how your movement is locked, I actually don't know what to expect in this game in terms of what the eventual movement abilities will be. Okay, this is another morph slot, as we can see. Very obviously so. And yeah, we've redirected the flow, so let's go left. Whoa, let's not do that. Took off quite a lot of damage there. Love how you can shoot above the ledge, of course. This looks like one of those Omega Beam gates. We'll eventually have to take an Omega Beam here, then, while it's active, perhaps? If I understand that correctly. But then, you need to do that without it being consumed by the ME, so... Also notice that there is a melee counter Q on these guys. There we go. Busts it right down. Nope, you have to be within range. I wonder if I could jump up towards it. There we go. Yeah. Just need to jump up and reach that. Okay. And yeah, I mean, obviously we knew that something was going to give you a magnetic cling or climb or something to the blue surfaces, and so we knew that something like the spider cling was going to come, whether it was in walking form or ball form or something else. Hot zone over there, let's not touch it. But other than that, I think the sort of item progression that we'll eventually deal with is actually pretty well disguised so far. Whoops. Didn't expect to hit that. And there are a few things here in terms of the enemy placement that kind of imply an equivalent to an ice power, but we know that with the current lore since Fusion that because you have Metroid DNA, it will not be Ice Beam. Was Ice Missile there? Oh, that purple door kind of implies Wave Beam. And Wave Beam would have been able to like penetrate the glass and touch that directly. So it looks like we do have Wave Beam coming at some point. Hey, something seems suspicious. Do you keep it to yourself? Yeah, it's just that. I don't want too much backseating, but you know, just so we can flow through it organically. But it's, thank you for asking ahead of time. And even Gorilla, welcome. But yeah, I mean, it's the same as when I'm playing stuff like puzzle levels and such. I do like the opportunity to just be stumped by something myself. Once we get into something like an endgame item collection sweep or something, maybe we'll relax that rule and take a bit of backseating, but for now I'm okay with things as they are. Okay, this will be the first time that we are tested on using the Phantom Cloak, and I'm guessing it will be required in some fashion then. Especially with this guy dropping in right away. And yeah, I kind of auto-cloak. Seems like stuff like the slide power would likely consume a lot of the energy bar here. Even Gorilla, you're not even human anymore, yeah. That just happens when you're an even Gorilla. Yeah, Phantom Cloak. You cannot slide while you have the Phantom Cloak. That's a very important thing to note. Yeah. Looks like red only activates once you're within the small box on a minimap as well. A couple of explosive areas here that we should open up, so I have a bit more flexibility for movement. Notice this as well. I wonder what that's useful for. Okay. Oh, whoops. Ran right into this guy head first. Didn't expect that. Didn't expect that I just ram the robot directly. Yeah, let's clean that up a bit. Skipped cutscene. Okay, charge door. Okay, so this is in red. Yeah, I think I have to jump over the guy then. Nope, missed. Okay, we need to understand this. This is meant to teach you. I think, yeah, we missed something really obvious. Probably with the spider magnet, now that I look at it. But I wasn't really... Yeah, we go left and back outside a door over here, and then we climb with the spider magnets. That's how we do it. We have to let the robot pass underneath. Whoa. Okay, nope. Starting to consume energy here. Is it going to come in? Can't actually tell if it's on the other side of the door or anything. Yeah, as you can see, you do need to tilt up against this. Oh, robot's on the left. Okay, fine. We'll just run it then. That's not an open location. Let's... Yeah, so that's what the spider magnet is for in these locations. It's to give you the opportunity to let it pass underneath. Okay, it's not within vision here. Let's let it get out of minimap range because I think that's when we should be safe from the sound detection. charge door over here. That's just familiar territory, but at least we know. Oops. Oh no, let's just miss out this guy. And yeah, that's where we came in. Let's do the whole circuit here. Let it turn around, maybe. Okay, good. Oop. Okay. If it's not in red, I think we're fine. But we do need to budget the energy a lot better, because I'm running out very quickly. Don't know if Aeon tank expansions are eventually going to be a thing, like they were in a previous game. I feel like that would be quite helpful. Missed opportunity to call it Gorilla Gloves. Yeah, very true. Now, we should map out some more of this first. Just make sure we reveal all the locations we can around here while we have the chance. I do hear it beeping though. Oh, no, it's coming up this way. Okay, so I wonder if this is a Phantom Cloak door. Let's try it. It isn't. It's some other door entirely. Probably a pressure plate. Let's actually take a look at what this is called, this gate here. A shutter. Shutter platform? Yeah, it's entirely just going to be a pressure plate, so... Eventually, maybe we'll have some kind of item that gives you temporary flotation or weightlessness or something. And would be able to get you through those gates the other way. I feel like it's going to be quite interesting to watch the item progression here, because we've seen so many new ideas for how to gate progression. Okay, let him pass. Oh, come on. What is that? Didn't realize it was just going to climb directly at me. And yeah, even Gorilla, always welcome to lurk. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind a checkpoint reset so much. I find that got a pretty decent amount of progress and content to recover here. Whoops. Come on. Get out. Just gonna start depleting energy here. Okay. Oh. Oh, getting hit there is a bad idea. Oh, okay. So it does identify a target location. Okay, there we go. Starting to deplete my health quite a bit, actually. Need to be careful with that. Were there doors down below that I was unlocking earlier? Yeah. Let's do that. That just allows you to loop around. Let's get rid of this guy. Bit noisy to take it out that way, but we've got to do it, so... Okay, yeah, so it identifies a target location, then it goes. It tries to hunt you down from there. Oh no, there we go. Okay. There's one of the sound detection range. So we'll just let it find a target location. It can hear the blast. We do need to progress up top, I think. It's going to be the best way forward. Okay, here we go. That's going to be the exit. Let's just take the exit. No reason to dawdle here just yet. We'll get a quick refill. Never mind, that's not a refill, that's just a gate change. And gate change is going to do something new for us there. Let's take a look at the map, perhaps. Closed thermal trapdoor, so that's now been shuttered, but I didn't see what was opening. Let's... Whoops. Take a look here. Looks like this is the trap that we're going for. Yeah, really love the door type highlight. That's a fantastic idea. Sure, let's do this first. Yeah, I love how many new ideas there are in this game that have not really been seen in games inspired by Metroid as many of them as there have been. Like, it feels like Metroid, but it also is something that progresses the genre in a meaningful way, which I think is very nice to have. What are we doing here? Energy recharge station... Access closed, okay. So we do need to go back. It seems. Okay, let's just do that. Right, because with the redirected thermal flow, we go for this door down here. Also going to keep our eye out for items, but it looks like it's probably going to be something through here. That slot is not accessible to me yet. On one hand, I'm tempted to say the Dwarf Ball can't come soon enough. On the other, I actually really enjoy how long it's taking. But yeah, you can see from the pulse just where its target location is going to be and where it's going to search, which I think is quite nice. In fact, the stealth action here reminds me in some ways of Mark of the Ninja. If you've ever played that, Mark of the Ninja, I think one of the best implementations of stealth in a 2D side-scroller. But also based on those radial sound cues all over the place. Okay, these are going to take you up, but yeah, sure, we'll check this first. Except this does not look like it's been activated. Feels like we need to power that up unless we... Can't quite do a single wall jump. Okay, look at this. You can wall jump off the same side when you jump off these platforms. These magnet segments. But the second wall jump takes you to the opposite side. So you can't do infinite wall jump on a single wall like you can in Super Metroid or, I believe, in Zero Mission. But you can do that secondary jump off the magnet. That's an important thing to keep in mind, I think. Phantom Cloak segment to the left. We'll take that once we... this looks like fire on the right side. We probably shouldn't slide through there just yet. Fire everywhere, in fact. But we'll keep that in mind. And yeah, hot zone everywhere. Ah, okay, so we saw a red version of this switch earlier because the thermal flow had not yet been redirected. so now we can power it up. Yeah, earlier on there was a switch like this that I misread as an Omega Beam switch, and it is actually just a switch that needs to be powered, as you can see here. Yeah, sure, we'll... Whoops, totally missed a counter on this guy. That's okay. Health easily recovered, so... Let's ride the rails. Should we have taken left or right? Let's take right, actually, just to see what's there. Yeah, because it is sort of a wall jumpy segment. It looks like it might be a bonus, so... no, red wall, okay. Anyway, up we go. Charge door down here. Phantom door going into the other direction up there. Let's see what this is all about. Yeah, charge door, beam block, this just retraces our steps, so we'll take the top segment for sure. Still not used to the idea of expanding the minimap like this. That's something we'll just have to take as we go. Yeah, it's kind of too bad that the whole dual screen era of Nintendo design has passed us by. Just barely missing this game. Because for the Metroid genre, dual screen designs are just so incredibly convenient. Very few releases on the Wii U to take advantage of that. I did play Guacamelee that way, and Axiom Verge, and of course on the 3DS there was Samus Returns. But having the simultaneous map is just wonderful. To the degree that when I was recently replaying Metroid Fusion on the Wii U, I kept instinctively looking down at the gamepad every time I paused. This looks like a fire zone still. Energy tank to the left, though. Let's see, what do we even accomplish here? We use this device. I should have been paying more attention to that. What did we even do just now? Yeah, no, hang on. That was like a flow redirection thing, right? I take a look at this. Too busy talking, not enough playing. Did we affect a thermal gate somewhere? Yeah, we reopened that thermal gate, I think. It's no longer designated shut. Right, okay, so it's just a thermal flow that we were doing, and that allows me to potentially exit the Emmy zone over there. Yeah, because now the thermal flow has been redirected such that both are open. So, just need to do a little bit of reasoning from the map. And sure, let's load up on a measly 9 points of energy. And okay, we're going to be pursued once again. I'm going to go into stealth mode here just to prevent the sound cue. This is no longer powered. If it was ever... Oh, okay. No, we're outside the Emmy zone, so... We probably do eventually need to power this up then. But this door we've not traversed yet, so... We'll probably need to power it up and then go back through here. Yeah, slide. That's going to be a two-way slide. Still in the Emmy zone, as you can see. Nope. Hang on. Let's let it leave first before we give it any footsteps to work with. And pressure door is going to close behind us. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, don't like that. Yeah, it's going to leave. Good. Oh. Yeah, preemptively avoid the sound cue. Let's see if it's going to get out of here. And yeah, we'll just decloak since we're not actually moving in this area. Be able to drop down here just fine. Then we depart this way. See if there's a particular reason to slide down. I mean, we can potentially go down there, but looks like it's going to be a phantom cloak door on this side. This would slide, this would take you down. We'll have to keep this in mind, but it looks like we'll eventually want to use that rail, and that maybe this is a failure segment for the rail traversal that we see here, so. More pressure doors. And yeah, expansion up there. That's something we'll have to keep in mind. Oh, now this is interesting. This looks very much like the entrance to a boss zone, in fact. Very threatening. I bet it's just a statue. I mean, could just be a statue, but I really feel like this signifies some kind of boss monster that we're eventually moving towards. Just checking this. Notice that there's a little bit of a chute passageway up here. Probably for morph ball purposes eventually. Like so many things we've seen so far in this game. Wow, these guys hit hard. Can we kill them? Okay. There we go. Back to 89. Yeah, okay. Good enough. That looks important. Still have to get used to all the new station designs in this game. Anyway, we need to power all this up. No, we don't. It's already powered. Okay. Wait, then what is this all about? This is just a slide again into a hot zone, so let's not take it. Okay. Yeah, let's just get rid of everything we can. Preemptively. These guys, once again, hit way too hard. Okay. Looks like we've done what we can here. Yeah, I guess this was within camera range, everything down here. But nothing we can interact with yet, so. Let's communicate.
Uploading data.
ME stands for Extraplanetary Multiform Mobile Identifier. It can procedurally modify and enhance its own capabilities. Its ability to configure itself to fit into narrow spaces is a standard feature. Any ME you encounter will likely do so. You are not capable of destroying their armor plating.
This would be true even in my full capabilities. Okay. Notwithstanding the Omega Beam just melting its face off.
You are faced with overwhelming power. Accept your helplessness.
Adam is not being very encouraging.
Study each ME carefully and use the Phantom Cloak to advance. There are risks. Do not hesitate to destroy an ME.
Okay.
Whenever you discover more, you need energy. This was not one of your original priorities.
So yeah, we have to eventually destroy all the robots, obviously. We're still on robot number 3. Lots left. Wonder why these guys are here waiting to be dispersed. Oh, that looks like a threat. Nope, wanted to counter this guy. Didn't quite manage to do it. Come on, let's get a timing. There we go. There we go. Putting myself at great risk there, but we'll do it. Opening up another hot zone. And sure, let's re-enter. Adam seems to be a nice guy. Oh, yeah. We've had a couple of games to get accustomed to that idea. Okay, it's going to find me here. Let's let it just pass. It's going to search the targeted location. I need to retain some energy while it does so. Is it going to go any further? Nope, it doesn't. Okay, so we decloak. Until I let it get out of the way. Okay, out of range there. And, our Coup Patrol, welcome, by the way. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Dark Coup Patrol, I actually saw a level of yours on the new leaderboard or something, I think. Last time I logged into Maker 2. I think maybe it was just recently seeded, but whoops. Let's get over here. Let it hunt that location. Come on. No, I can't slide here. You have to let it pass. Can't slide with a cloak on. Let's let it pass. Oh, whoops, nope. Did it again. Let's recharge. Whoops, nope. Yeah, the Aeon budget at least refreshes instantly. It's not a slow recharge, as far as I can tell. Okay, let's let this guy turn. I think he probably needs to get out of my mini-map range before it's safe for me to proceed. Nope. Same mistake. Okay, it's going to hop around this side. Should have taken the opportunity to move, but I guess I would have been within the sound detection range, and that would have been unwise. Yeah, I probably should play a little bit more aggressively to just let it detect me within its yellow zone and just try to skip ahead of it, because right now I'm a little bit locked into this position and will remain so until... Whoops. Aeon, come back, come back. I'm out of power. Hang on. I am way out of power. I guess I need to move in order to... I see. If I move, the faint yellow bar refreshes, and so you can't just bank up Aeon by stopping in one location indefinitely. You do have to get a bit of movement going. Interesting design, actually, making it impossible to just stall. Oh no. Bad idea. Nope, bad idea. Okay. Hey, we got it. That's the first time I've actually successfully done that. It's a very important milestone. Okay, first successful enemy dodge of the day. That's a tight timing window, but doable. What have we revealed this time? Looks like another map station by the looks of it. Area map downloaded. Okay, let's progress. Yeah, this still needs to be powered up. We've seen the opposite side of this previously, in fact. We've explored that. And then we need to get back into the zone here. Let's see, we don't know what's going on here yet. We obviously just need to get an exit. Central unit is where we'll acquire the Omega Beam, so that will eventually be the target. We might need some item progression first, just like how we needed the Phantom Cloak. Or, oh no, I think the central unit preceded Phantom Cloak last time, didn't it? I don't remember. Yeah, because it looks like this is the Spacer Gate, maybe. No. Oh, no. I was in a detection range. Whoops. Wasn't paying attention to where the target zone was located that way, so let's be careful. Being too fancy, thinking, oh, look, a Spacer Gate. Let's shoot that thing and make a ton of noise. I think it's Spacer, anyway. I really feel like it's going to be what that is. Anyway. Recharge with these guys. Yeah, it looks like another 3-point gate over here. This looks suspicious. No, maybe not. And this is going to be a slide test. Almost like a 4YMM cake here with the 4 burners, but maybe not. Yeah, we're seeing so many energy tanks all over the place, and haven't had any opportunity to obtain them, of course. Yeah, we're in a... It's funny because this pipe looks like it's a cool zone, but that's just because it's sort of steaming up on the outside with the temperature difference with the surrounding hotness. Yeah, because eventually you'll definitely be able to traverse the outside of these corridors. Look at that. Maybe even take a bit of a lava bath as well if you have a gravity suit equivalent. Okay, here we go. And then that's going to be another power redirection switch. And that's going to raise that gate, great. So now we can traverse that. Drainage. Well, we drank that milkshake. Now let's get back over here. And backtrack a little bit. Whoops. Notice how we shut off the burners here. That's rather important. Back into the danger zone. Yeah, not too much backtracking here, I think. Just a tiny bit. And yeah, just gonna hop out here pretty efficiently. That worked out quite well, actually. If you roughly know where you're going and know when to tap into the Aeon budget with a little bit of extra movement. Just need to get used to the idea of not being able to slide with the cloak, of course, which is going to affect your pathfinding somewhat. Come on. Okay, let's let it pass. Okay, wiggle a little bit to get some movement going. Whoops. Now, what are we going to look at here? We wanted the thermal trapdoors. We were able to get through this segment. Where is progression? It's going to be over here if we climbed the magnets. Why didn't we climb that then? Because we dropped in over here. I don't remember why we didn't check the power beam door on that side, considering that it is actually where I want to go. Why didn't I check that? Given that motorizing this was the thing that we actually accomplished. Anyway, no, let's go back and do that then. Don't know why I didn't check that door. Yeah, because now that we're able to go through here, let's... I mean, I came here just now, went left to right, but why didn't I check this one here? This is new content. Right? Or... yeah, no, it's this door that I wanted. For some reason that I didn't... oh, no, I see. Yeah, just didn't watch the gate. Ah, okay, no, because I saw this on the map as power beam door, and I forgot that you got the spacer gate in front of it. I'm assuming it's a spacer gate. I don't really know what the item will be. It could be, like, some equivalent to the diffusion power that we've seen in some past games. Yeah, notice how the Phantom Cloak doesn't let you jump high enough to make that jump. Okay, then. In that case, where are we going? Oh yeah, this door now looks open, but we can't actually access that location yet. Let's think about it very carefully. Yeah, we do eventually want to progress through here, but we need the item first, or an item to get in through here, which will likely be Morph Ball. So we changed the trapdoor configuration somehow. Yeah, this is new. This gate here. And I think we have everything we need to get down there. That looks like it was previously shut, so yes, that looks right. If we get in through that charge door. Oops. Yeah, sure. Stock up in a bit of health. And, progress through here. Down. And here. Right, because we needed to power that up. I was just trying to jump into the melee counter here, and that was a disaster. Okay, let's pile up some health. Sure, let's do this again. There we go. Very stylish. Oh, we could go down, but... the thermal gate down there. I haven't checked this location. Oh. There we go. Gotta practice some of those timings from time to time. We are having an excellent time. Every time like this is perfect for tea and crackers. Okay, so this is locked. Alright, can't progress through there so far, so... maybe I did need something here. Yeah, because we blew up that guy. No, there was another passageway, I think. Let's check. Wasn't there a red door up here that we had seen previously? Or did I not check that? I may be confusing it with a different location, but perhaps I didn't save the red door position on my map. Oh, this over here must be the shortcut to entrance. That is, of course, only accessible on either side with the morph ball. Okay. And yeah, even Gorilla no worries about being random. This looks like a heat door. Heat door is here. I love the complexity of the map. Nice and huge location to traverse with a bit of tension as you get back through the Emmy sequence. So we eventually want to get through here. We need an item to get through there. We need to think about what the power redirection taught me, because that was the last thing that allowed me to progress. This is something we haven't considered yet. Whether the power redirection would have started to move that and activate it. So going back to that location generally may be advisable. Just sort of scanning this carefully to see if I can understand anything else about it. We have come through here. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be going back here to this rail segment to see if the rail has been activated. So, back to the Emmy zone by the looks of it. And yeah, let's get to work. Oh, let's just outrun. You can always cloak if I fall behind. But for now, no reason not to just outrun. We're still in yellow. Yeah, so we unlocked that. We can just go straight left. Unless, no, we want to go down to this segment here. So let's go down low. And go below. Nope. Hang on. That was a very unfortunate placement. Right there in front of my face. Oh, shoot. Dropped right on top of the guy. That's okay. We're right at the door to the zone, so not a big loss there. Yeah, awful placement. Right here. Oh, as you can see. Yeah, only managed to nail that counter timing once so far. But yeah, we need to get this guy away from here. Just gotta wait him out first, I think. There we go, much better. Now, we wanted to check over here. Because we haven't been down here yet, and this doesn't seem to get you very far, though. I wonder... Well, there's this whole area over here that we don't know about. Which does seem like the only thing to explore right now, so we'd better check it. Those pressure doors out of the way. And this is still not powered up, but we can recover through here. And yeah, this doesn't need to be powered up, it's just a straight rail. And here we just haven't been yet. Okay, that's important. Opening this up allows me to go back over here. And we've got all those previous gates. We've got this gate over here. I thought this was a fire zone. I mean, it is highlighted in red. We can check it in case we do in fact need to take damage at some point, but I doubt that's actually required. So what have we not checked then that is actually accessible? Because it seems like redirecting these gates is the thing I should be looking for. And we know we've opened up all of this stuff. Thermal trapdoors all open here, okay. That's not open. This is all the way back to Artaria. That's not going to be it. This got opened. This is the shortcut that is inaccessible. This is open. There's the top area here. Nope, that's through that door. That's blocked. Interesting. I feel like this is maybe the most promising. We don't know... I thought it was a red gate up there, but maybe the thermal redirection could have opened it. Not really sure. That's certainly one candidate. Eventually do have to get through here, of course, but currently don't see a way to go about it. And yeah, even Gorilla, I'm almost certainly missing something very obvious, but I'll just find my way around first. I think we do have to go back and head back towards this panel over here and move on up. I thought I'd checked this, but currently it looks like the closest candidate to a way forward. Yeah, because this got the morph ball gates. This is the only thing that's not really strictly gated right now. At least, I don't think it is. I can't really see the opening there. I thought it was a locked door earlier. I'm just going to be careful scanning this, just in case we have missed something critical. Lots of potential morph ball slots. I wonder if there was a sliding area that I was thinking was morph ball locked, but actually isn't. Can also death run some fire areas if we really want, but I don't think that's a good idea. So why don't we just go down low and take the right side path over here then. Okay. Yeah, that's still fine. We go up top. Still looks correct. And yeah, let's check the top segment. I mean, we were able to access that earlier, but the door was shut, and I didn't think it was the kind of door that we were able to open yet, but I may be wrong. Oh, it is open. Except I can't get through that slot. Yes, I can. Why don't we just check that in the first place? Why didn't I just check that in the first place? Missile. This looks like a hot zone anyway. So maybe that's not accessible. Let's see what kind of gate this is. Unknown gate, okay. Well, that was almost something with potential. I wonder if there's a sensor door that I haven't tried yet, actually. Let's consider that. Been through there, we've activated that switch. We've activated most of this stuff, in fact. Sensor lock door down here, we've been through there. We've been up here. Navigated this whole thing over here, huh? Curious. Oh, look at this. This is slidable, but it's slidable into a hot zone, so this is also slidable into a hot zone. This door is not accessible to me yet. We can go down. Hot zone, hot zone. Everything's a hot zone. Very tempting to just poke at one of those and see what happens. Maybe there is something that I can do with this kind of passageway. I mean, not that door, obviously, but I wonder if there's maybe just a similar location where I just didn't shoot a breakable block. And that would have gotten me somewhere. Let's see, because I'm looking at the map and I just don't see what it could possibly be unless we loop all the way back and try to connect this. And I feel like it's only going to be this connection. I really doubt it's going to get me much else. I mean, there is, oh no. Can't do much here. So what have we actually done in terms of progress? We've unlocked this thing. Just a shortcut passage. We've used that device. This gate is unavailable. None of this looks traversable yet. Hot zone over here. Yeah, we've ascended that whole segment over here. Increasingly, I feel like we just need to shoot something open in order to get into the top left over here. Like, there's this little segment that we can see here, this corner. There's this little corner. Maybe that's a door, actually. I feel like it isn't. But we may as well check just to map that out. It would be pretty funny if that were the oversight. Whoops, nope. Keep jumping into that guy's face. Yeah, I just wanted to check the corner there. Shouldn't be that hard. Right here. Door? Nope, no door. Okay, now we know. Okay, really do need to reconsider this then. Recharge station. Everything down here... Oh no, that was because that was all lava, so that's inaccessible. This gate is somewhat promising, except we don't have a way to reach it. I wonder if trying to break something open, sort of like with this gate here, is the way to go. This is actually fairly well concealed. But yeah, at the moment I just don't see it. Almost wonder if we should just be taking the lift back down to Artaria to progress there instead, but probably not. Because I haven't done anything that would give me additional progress outside this zone. Like no item progression. It's just been purely activating the switches so far to carry me forward with redirecting the power flow, but the power flow is only affecting A, some of these panels, and B, some of the doors. I just don't see what we've unlocked. sensor lock door over here. I don't think I see it. I mean, we can try to chance it through a hot zone, maybe. I find that really doubtful. Maybe there was something I was supposed to break open over here, because we have unlocked this gate. No, not by the looks of it. Yeah, the thing is, I've been running around this area for long enough that I don't have a good sense of what I have or haven't checked anywhere. No, hang on. No. This timing is actually quite difficult to see. That guy right there. Well, first time we've gotten zapped outside the Emmy zone. So that's what the death animation looks like in this game. Climb up, go left. I can slide through here. This is one thing we haven't checked. Slide through here. Yeah, that actually looks best right now. Yep, that's probably it. I didn't see that sliding location. I think that's actually it. Come on. There we go. Okay, it took me a while to spot that. It took me way too long to spot that in the back, but now that I see it, I'm actually quite confident that's the case. I don't know why I didn't try it earlier. Maybe some reason will present itself. Come on. Oh, I guess I wasn't pointing directly towards it vertically. There we go. Just pointing straight on up a bit. Whoops. Swirling around down here. And, yeah, let's go left, open this up, and go left. I checked that location so many times, I wonder why I didn't consider just going through here before. What was the reason? I don't think there was a good reason. I think we just missed it. Oh, because I didn't think about the lava being drained from this location, even though there was a very clear animation showing me that when I pressed the switch inside the tube earlier. Like, I saw the lava draining, and I just didn't think about the door as being matched to this. Okay, this is progress, finally. Yeah, no, that was just a huge sort of visualization blunder on my part here. Okay, no. We have progress at long last. Getting below 1 energy tank, that's not great. Okay, so now we're here. We can get what looks like an energy tank. Energy part, okay. Basically a piece of heart. The equivalent thereof. Well, that's going to get me through here, but I guess we need to think about whether there were any other lava zones that we unlocked then, if that's the only thing that's getting me. Okay, so yeah, we need to think about the lava drainage then, and whether anything else opened up. Because we checked the whole tube. Oh, yeah, I guess we can go through this central segment here, now that we've opened it up. There we are. I'm going to open that up, and then we go back. There we go. Progress. At long last. Yeah, shouldn't have taken me nearly that long. Just, need to read that guy's timing accurately so we don't get blown to pieces like we did earlier. And yeah, progress looks to be towards the left side, so we better check right first before we proceed any further. Okay. Nothing else here for the time being, so far as I can see. And yeah, that's still gated off for the time being. That's nothing. And we got some movement again, so that's going to be a bit of a one-way slot, or morph ball slot eventually. Got some kind of hidden item here with that globe. Don't know if it's something that's accessible to me just yet. Wow, look at that. Oh, this is something. This looks like a Shine Spark location, if I'm reading that symbol accurately. Totally a Shine Spark location, so we're going to have Speed Booster at some point. Going to come through here. It's going to be marked with a question mark, of course, given our current item progression, but eventually I'm sure we'll get some additional gates open. Anyway, further along this industrial facility, well, there we go. And this looks ominous. Let's skip that for the moment. Kind of like one big power plant. I think that's pretty much what it is. With all the redirection of the magma flow. Ah, okay, so that's a fast travel passageway, or at least the equivalent of a lift. Yeah, I guess you moved the whole compartment over then. We'll go over to a Dayron, or however the machine will pronounce it for us. Don't know what the diamond symbols on the transport map are. So we'll take a train. Very fancy transitional animation here. Disguising a loading screen, perhaps. Or just serving as a very lengthy train ride. Probably is a loading screen. Anyway, here we go. Love this train transition. Reminds me of that tramway in Hollow Knight as well, actually. But just always love trains in games. Look at this. That it looks like this right side here. If you look at the map. Oh no, it's just an arrow. It's not breakable. Never mind. Maybe some of this is eventually breakable in some form, but for now, we're going to leave at Cataris, not having dealt with the ME there. But we'll eventually get what looks like a spacer beam for the remaining gate. Also, look at the melee counter here. Here we go. Got that guy. Breakable blocks all over the place. Okay, I wonder if it's Vulnerable to missiles? No, this is also going to be Shine Spark or something similar. So now I don't know what the item progression is going to look like at all. We've got a lot of possibilities here. There we go. Now, is this breakable from below? Yeah, it should be. Standard beam symbol there. If we ever wanted to wall jump up, we'd need more height than that. Looks like, yeah, it'll be Shine Spark up there eventually, so. Oh. Okay, dangerous. Let's not do that. I got the counter timing on one of those guys earlier, maybe got a little bit complacent about it. They do hit rather hard. And yeah, plenty of room to do a speed booster dash all the way around here, as you can probably tell. Just to get this gate going eventually. No reason to take that guy over it. Now, let's just pop this open. Okay. I don't know if that's something with a good counter timing. I think we just have to dodge it for a time being until we find some other way to deal with it. Yeah. And they will keep spawning, so. Oh, whoop. I expect that to just take the back wall. Ah, okay, here are the drop blocks, the one-way drop blocks. At long last. First time I've seen them all game, actually. This looks like a grapple point. I think it is going to be grapple. We had the breakable door earlier in Catarus that also kind of had that look. It looks very much like a grapple. And given the blue blades on these guys, I wonder if they're eventually going to be vulnerable to grapple as well. Okay. That... Yeah. There's no counter signal. I wonder if the counter is possible, though. No, it's not. That looks breakable as well. Can't get to it just yet. Well, no way but forward. Yeah, Morph Ball is going to be a huge power spike when we eventually get it. Looks like we need to power this room up, though. Okay, a couple of explodable locations that we can see for eventual purposes. The rumble actually punctuates some of the platforms here with a pretty nice clank. Is this a door? This looks like a door. Sealed door, yeah, once again. Looks like a story seal, likely from powering up the location. We really need to do the counter from time to time. I got nearly a whole energy bar off of that. Oops. Anyway, this looks like it's going to be power on. Haven't seen a Chozo statue in forever either. Yeah, just going to get the arm cannon to start up the generator here. And lights on. Okay, nope. Should have countered this guy properly. Whoa, he hits hard. It's really, really hard. Wasn't paying nearly enough attention to that. That's okay. Very heavily checkpointed this game, so. Anyway, grab that. Looks like a missile door over here that we can now open up. This looks interesting. Looks like it's not climbable yet unless we wrap around that location first eventually, but let's just progress. Yeah, so far... Oh, look at that. We were just saying I hadn't seen any statues in the longest time. Given the gates here, I'm assuming this is going to be Spacer. Wide beam. Okay, close enough. Wide beam making its return from fusion. Oh, I totally forgot to screenshot this thing. Let's do that. Wide beam boxes and wide beam covers. Yeah, so far no real flexibility in the item progression that I can see, but it may just be that we don't know the game well enough to really say. Probably need to bust this down somehow. Wide beam covers. Well, this is going to be a bit of a tutorial in whatever it is we need to do. Do I see a wide beam target other than the one down below? This is not a door I can traverse. Ah, there we go. Okay. Anything else we can do here? Probably not. There we go. And Kobe QQ, welcome. Whoops, let's not get hit so hard. Okay, wide beam is going to open up a bunch of stuff for me, probably. Let's try to mark the locations where that's going to be relevant. Yeah, so far we've pretty much seen what we can of it. Until we get over to this cover over to the right side. Let's do that. Whoa, okay. Whoops. There we go. Much better. Yeah, pretty straightforward progression so far, but very hard to tell how much flexibility there is when we have only done so much with the ME zones. Anyway, pop that open. Speaking of ME zones, we've got one coming for what looks like number 4 when we haven't even dealt with number 3. Look at that expansion up top. That's important. Blue points up on the ceiling look very much like grapple points. Grapple points all over the place. Anyway. We're going to have something new here. Oh, here's a yellow. And due to the cutscene, we won't get an opportunity to stealth until we've gotten through the pressure plate over here. Okay. Let's take stock of the map. Enemy zone door blocked by something else that I don't quite know about. We can potentially go back and go up top. Yeah, obviously a lot with it we can go back to unlock. Eventually this will get you back to the train and get you back to the previous section where the item can give us a bit of progression. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, okay, no, I was still on Phantom Cloak. That's why I'm down to 1 energy, which is bad. I better try to do some kind of restoration here. This is not going to restore. That was just going to save. Am I correct? Okay, so let's think about a recharge station. Recharge station to the right. Works for me. Well, let's see what else we can do over here then. Because now it looks like it's beginning to open up a little bit, and now we can check what's over here before we decide to... Whoa. Okay. Yeah, mostly useful there for recharges. Okay, we've seen all this. We can continue to go left if we want to check the top corner here, which... yeah, I'd like to do, except access is open. Okay, we can do it. As long as we don't have any issues with pressure plates. Which may be the case. Oh, okay, no, I've got no energy. Let's... dodge around this guy over here. Yeah, it's the pressure plate that prevented me from going over previously then. Oh no. Keep stepping right on these guys. Not clever. Well, given the way that the pressure plate is going to gate me off here... I mean, obviously, you know, I revealed a little bit of the map up here, otherwise that wasn't too useful. Some kind of item located over here, but given the pressure plates at this access point for the shutter, it looks like, unless I go through the lower location, which would just bring me back here and over to this valve, which looks like it's exclusive to the ME. I can't actually progress there. I think I do have to take the wide beam back to Guitarus. I don't know that I can do much else with it yet. Yeah, let's just try to dodge this since I'm nowhere near in range of the melee counter. Speaking of melee counter. Let's see here. Why did I not get that missile tank? Because that was gated off by Shine Spark. Alright, let's move back. And yeah, so far the item sequence and traversal themselves seem relatively inflexible, but I'm sure there's some possibility that will open up. I do like the openness of the ME segments so far, though. I think that's really been a highlight in terms of not just having a consistent way forward, but being guided by what the chase pattern is going to be and having to respond to that accordingly. Even though the arrangements of the zones and the item progression are fairly linear so far, I feel like a certain feeling of non-linearity is created by the pressure inherent in the chases. So that's worked out well so far. We can now bust through that with a wide beam. That was the Shine Spark location. Yeah, slide down, zap this. Wide beam, I don't know if it gets me anything else. Yeah, we eventually want to go through this door, and that will head towards the central unit, which will then give me my next available Omega Beam, probably. Just by the look of what we've been dealing with so far. Whoops. Let's not try to point at the wide beam diagonally, just firing it straight will do just fine instead of making life unnecessarily difficult. Yep, same thing every time, just jumping right on top of this guy. So when the Emmy is below me on the radar, I do need to be extra careful about that. Because it does seem like a problem that we've encountered repeatedly. Anyway, it's somewhere down below. Whoops. Not going to detect me just yet. Let's head down just in case. We'll go up. That's okay. Whoa, nope. Let's not slide down. Sure, let's not take too many shortcuts. And yeah, that's going to hear me. That's fine. Should be able to dash through pretty easily over here. Except, what was I going for even? I was going for this gate. And I don't really need it at this point because I'm seeing new material here anyway. In this zone. So that's okay. We didn't, strictly speaking, need that wide beam gate as far as I'm aware. Whoops, I shouldn't have fired that shot. That was kind of a bad idea. Oh, okay. Low on health. Let's just dash and build up some energy, evade the guy. Oh, well, close one there. Okay, he's out of range. A step, let's get some movement. And go up. Yeah, very interesting energy management mechanic so far. I think the recharge condition is actually what really makes it work. Interesting that it's not going to pick up on the sound of a big explosion like that. This looks like a cold zone. Where is it? Oh, no, central unit fight, okay. Here's another mother brain alike, only this time we've got a couple of extra projectiles coming in either side. Whoops. Now, is the charge beam doing what I want here? It is giving me explosions. A couple more turrets activating. Some turrets actually swapping their functionality, in fact. Anyway. Let's dip into this guy. Don't know if we'll do anything new with the Omega Beam this time other than melting the enemy's face off. Omega Blaster online, Omega Stream online. Anything new? Nope, just those two. And yeah, that's the only target so far, so. Okay, good. Nothing else to look at over here, I think, as far as I can tell. Alright, let's blow this thing and go home. Melt the face, melt the face. Okay. Gonna do a bit more than that to melt the face. Let's go down here. Love the use of 3D here. Nope. Okay. Okay, you do need to melt the face continuously. Otherwise it does heal. Over time. Okay. Nope. Does the face stay melted? It does not. Okay, I need to give myself a little bit more distance, and once I melt its face, I do need to get a shot down pretty quickly. It seems. Anyway, like I said, heavily checkpointed. We'll just redo this segment here quickly. I wonder if there's any point to using the Phantom Cloak, in fact. No, because it's hunting me. Oops. Nope. Missed. And the face healed, so... Nope, let's go. And I'll just camp out here. Need to be fairly accurate. Nope, still not charging up quickly enough to fire the shot. Yeah, I'm not giving myself enough charge time on a shot, and so... Don't know if the face heals all at once, or if it's kind of a gradual thing that allows me to sort of chip away at the melting. I need better aim in general, I think. Yeah, really do need to buy a bit of extra distance here. Once you melt its plating, I mean, it should stay melted for at least a bit until I miss the next opportunity. The hint text is trying to tell me something to that effect, but I haven't really been paying attention to that, to be honest. Okay, let's stand back and then get ready to take the shot. Nope, missed. Let's see about that diagonal aim. That's definitely a bit of a point of failure here. Anyway, yeah, so you can melt it off completely if you just stay on target. That's something I had not been doing well. Because if you don't melt it off completely, it stays active. As you can see, I think it is going to heal up at this point. Whoops. Give it as much distance as possible. in a continuous stream. There we go. There we go. Finally popped it. Now that we popped it, we aim the cannon properly. Alright, there we go. 3 down. And there's another absorption. Morph ball, there we go. There we go, now we're in business. No ball bomb yet though, so I don't know how much movement we have. Ooh, you have some newly optimized controls as well, I think. So, it is double tap down, but it doesn't work so well with a stick, I think, as I know from Samus Returns, where the ball was kind of clunky. Morph ball jump is actually built right in, so open up a lot of those passages right away. Standing next to a narrow tunnel near ground level. So yeah, okay, so it's kind of a nice equivalent to the slide. I don't know if there's any advantage either way in terms of speed. Great. So did it say that I could enter a tunnel and do some kind of quick switch? Yeah, okay, so there's a quick morph. If you, instead of sliding, just hit ZL from a standing position. Much better, actually. I mean, you can double tap traditionally if you want, but I find that that was always something built for D-pad rather than stick. Which was why it felt really awkward in Samus Returns, in fact. Yeah. And then ledge grab will just get you in instantly. Great. Well, now it really seems like the game has opened up, just given how many Morph Ball passages we've seen so far. Let's take a look. Let's see what we can get in terms of collectibles. Just go for some of the missiles right away. Yeah, tons of stuff would have opened up in the earlier zones as well now. Interestingly enough, that with the Morph Ball jump, you get the equivalent of the Spring Ball before you get anything like a Morph Ball bomb. I think this is true of the Prime Trilogy Wii games, but it gets around the issue of Morph Ball bomb jumping just kind of breaking everything. And it is absolutely ball time. We're going to have a ball. I wonder if I can wall jump up this narrow passage. Doesn't seem so. And yeah, there's a new passage over here to the left, which will come down here. Lots of stuff is opening up all at once. And yeah. Yeah, the new trigger for it feels wonderful. Just having a dedicated morph button. This looks ominous. It looks like the clear implication that is that you're supposed to take the ball through this middle passageway. We're not going to do that yet. I'd rather scan a map for collectibles first. Because the morph ball is just going to open up so many passageways at once. Yes, you can do this in midair. Feels quite nice. The morph ball is going to weigh you down instantly, though. You can't maintain any kind of momentum when you travel like that. It just drops you. Drops to you like a rock, or rather, like a ball. I still have a double tap habit, actually, when it comes to the ball activation. Can't go down to this passage yet until we take the lower levels, so... And there's a lot here that's constrained by fire, as we can see here. Oh no, let's not do that. Yeah, probably if we... Whoops. Do this segment right away. This really looks like a boss passage. Maybe it'll get me something like Varia suit. Oh, but there's so much we can still do with the ball, though. Of course, we don't know how many doors are just going to be locked down behind us for story reasons, if anything is like what happened earlier. We basically have a lot of energy tanks from earlier. Missile count is not really a serious issue, but lots of other passageways, though, like these middle passageways here. Let's explore. Let's explore. It is not the point of Metroid to play anything linearly. Look at that, you can get around the pressure plates now, too. And we can just open up as many of these passageways as possible. Looks like that one will probably require me to go through the left side. And yeah, when you slide into a continuous passageway, it is just going to keep you in ball form throughout the transition, which is quite a lot of fun. Just going to look around for any other open ball passageways that are not behind a heat gate yet. A lot of those passages in the earlier zone, of course, if we want to go back to Artaria for the fun of it. And yeah, I mean, it's very clear where we're supposed to progress at this point, but might as well just fool around a bit. Drop down to the lower location. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Yep. A lot of continuous passageways to take in the meantime. Other jumping that we can do now that everything has been lit up. Just connective passageways here, no real secrets that we're unlocking. Where are the missile tanks? Over on the right side. Probably some other things in the next zone that we haven't seen yet either, so. Yeah, I really do love the lighting change. Now that we have this wonderful white background behind us. Yeah, I shouldn't be zipping into the main map quite so often, but missile down there, missile down here. Oh, also this is going to open up the connective passageway to the left. That's something that's very important to do, which I'd wanted to do much earlier. Whoops. There we go. And then keep missing this timing. Yeah, that guy hits so hard, we really do need to fix that up. Get a bit of running momentum into that jump. A heat passageway. Yeah, let's go down. Probably open up tons of stuff at this point. Including all of this. No, heat. Never mind. But yeah, this opens up the lift. Wide beam makes everything here quite a lot cleaner in terms of traversal. I need to do so much diagonal pointing. There was a morph ball, a missile somewhere here. Come on. Standing too close to this guy. There we go. And yeah, that's going to be the lower passage down there. Let's see if any of this is breakable. On the way back it will be. Yeah, just given how tightly budgeted the missile expansions are in this game, in terms of just giving you 2 missiles apiece, I think it is going to be worthwhile to take them in case we have a bit of a missile spam disaster like we did earlier on. Yeah, let's take the upper door. Because with the Phantom Cloak boss, I was just expending too many missiles on missing shots. So I think it is going to be beneficial to comb the map a bit and just do things non-linearly before we get another zone boss out of the way. Do we have anything else we wanted to scan down here immediately? Not really. Everything is guarded by hot zones everywhere here, and so nothing else I can open up for the time being. We can take a look at Dayron. What are these markers? Oh, they're the recharge stations. Okay, I see. That's definitely what they are. Hang on. Let's take a look at the map system once again. Yeah. Because you have purple there, you have yellow there. Oh, I wonder if they are the recharge stations. No, they're these sort of big general purpose robots. Let's see if we can corroborate this. So for example, our Artaria has big red one somewhere here. This guy. Still a bit of a question mark. Oh, you know what? We can access this now because I have the ball. And I think I should be able to make it back as long as we don't hit anything that strictly gates me off. So I bet we can just explore a bit. Anyway, let's take the rocket lift. Yeah, the rocket lift, oddly enough, is a bit slower on the way down. You would think that it would just drop you right in, but loading zones being what they are. We'll wait patiently and we'll step out. Okay, back to Artaria we go. And yeah, hot zone to the left. Let's skip some of this stuff. Yeah, if the next boss actually gave you something like Varia Suit next, I guess you would have a lot more flexibility in terms of backtracking here, but... Also, something I quite like about this so far is, even though maybe some of these purple zones will unlock things in the later game... Oh, the log tells you about all the items, too. Even though purple zones may give you more networking and fast travel options, I like that there's no instant teleport. I found it useful for the mop-up in Samus Returns, but the thing about the instant teleport is that when you do have it in a Metroid game, it kind of breaks the contiguity of the map, and I find that to be an extremely important element of these games, to do that. Now, can we actually get through any of these zones in a way that we weren't able to previously? It depends on whether the morph ball is able to jump in water. I think maybe it might not be able to. But we know we can get up here, and we can get over this passage. So at the very least, we should take the top route. Assuming that I'm not missing anything here. Corpius is the name of the boss that we saw earlier. I like how it gives you the names of the bosses right there, in fact. Saves you some of the guesswork and looking things up in wikis or whatever. I mean, the older Metroid games, of course, all came with printed manuals, which was the main way you would sort out things like the enemy names. Of course, we don't have the benefit of a printed manual here anymore, but the in-game information is going to be quite generous to compensate. Yeah, we wanted top passageway here, so. And here is what allows me to go back. And here is what allows me to grab this. Great. Excellent, in fact. Ball is going to roll down, so no way to get upstairs just yet, except from wrapping around. Well, a lot of things we can do, though. We can wrap around to that one. That's way downstairs, though. We'd have to go quite a ways down to retrieve it. This one doesn't look accessible yet either. I think we should go for this, just to see what the statue is. And also there's this whole top segment that seems unreachable so far. Let's just do what we can. Yeah, so far the sort of expanded peripheral minimap I don't think is all that useful, but maybe for the late game mop-up it's going to be. A bit of functionality we'll come to appreciate. Once again, a morph ball passage down low, but we can do this first. See some new material. Oh, come on, this guy's not going to give me the counter? Come on, give me the counter. There we go. And yeah, a new passageway up here that we've unlocked. And yes, left. Ah, maybe the morph ball does kind of constrain you when it comes to jumping around in water, and that. But the ledge grab would be able to get me up, and maybe that should unlock this. Ah, there are teleports. I was just saying there were no teleport stations, but the teleports are color matched, so you can't just warp everywhere. Now, I don't think you need to activate both ends, though. You just need to activate one side, and it'll get you over to the other one instantly. Okay. I like that. A lot better than just a warp anywhere system. You still need to kind of understand passageways, even though, unlike the elevator system, you don't quite get the same sense of how the entirety of this planet is glued together. But anyway, we'll take the teleport. It is going to be a bit sluggish, perhaps, but that gives me something new. Look at that. That looks like a pickup that I haven't seen before. Missile plus tank, and that's a plus 10. Let's jump up here. And yeah, this is all new stuff here that I wouldn't have seen previously. I should check the purple slot above this, in fact, just to... let's not teleport yet. I want to check the map so we don't have to sit through the loading screen. I just want to see what was there. Global map. Let's take a look. Okay, just an energy recharge station. We didn't check the ceiling there, though. But that's okay. We know how to get back here, so... Okay, nice. I like how this is opened up somewhat. Yeah, it feels like Morph Ball is really the major key here in this game. Looks like this is going to be a ball bomb location eventually. Right now it's just... Oh, no, never mind. We can shoot that thing. Is this a one-way gate? It might be, given that we've been here previously. Ammo recharge station. No, we haven't been here recently. Yeah, no, that's because this would have required the ball bomb over here, so that's why that would not really be a valid location. So let's get through here. Okay, no, this is just this passageway. Okay, so we finally connected that. So this is, in fact, how you eventually progress with the Varia suit. Oh, I see. You're actually supposed to progress through here, which we were dodging the whole time. Come through here. And so we basically did the whole thing backwards. Like, you're actually supposed to fast travel back to Artaris, if I understand this correctly. By going up this way. So we went to the right place, we just did everything backwards. For its own sake. Let's not go back yet, actually. Let's... Oh no, we... need to scan this area of the map. Just one moment. Okay, no, I guess I couldn't really... Yeah, you can get up there. You got missiles. This is still all Kataris. Sure, let's go back. And then we can eventually stitch the yellow teleporters as well. Just to see where that goes. So yeah, that's kind of neat. Now we managed to connect that in reverse. And I like that we were able to do so. And that just answers my questions about the map system as we go, so... Anyway, everything looking fine. Let's wall jump up here, and as you can see, there is a continued passage up top. Doesn't look like we can go up there yet, though. But it definitely looks as though something would be able to drop you down here. Anyway, wide beam will take care of this for a moment. And I guess we can look for the yellow teleporter then. Just pretty much pop that right away, although this looks like, as I said before, a wave beam gate. And in order to go through here, you would probably need to do the ledge grab up here. I don't know if we can get enough height to make that happen, but we can probably navigate down here and unlock those passages that way. First, though, let's see if there's anything else we can do with the bomb. Or not with the bomb, with the ball, rather. Probably the energy part over to the left that we saw very early in this game. Oh, that's something. Looked very suspicious, and it was. Yep, that's going to be a ball spot right here. You got a piece of heart. Or perhaps a piece of part. Looks like we'll have more to do up here. Some of this stuff definitely looks breakable, actually. Let's, oh, you know what? Let's get around here and just fire some missiles. Yeah, totally breakable. A part of heart, exactly. I keep missing this. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay after the queue. That's why that guy's been giving me so much trouble. This kind of door, I don't know what this will be. Some other kind of beam that we don't know about yet. Also, this location here, I find this curious. Okay, never mind. Missile down here. We probably should have checked that from below, but we hadn't been to that location yet, so. Game sound died. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Let's reset that very quickly. I'll be right back. We've been mostly okay throughout this stream, so it's kind of unfortunate to have a glitch out on us so suddenly, but we'll get that fixed up in just a moment. Should be back. Anyway, new material. This is just a recharge station, I think. Oh, thermal flow. Okay, okay, we've got more heat gates. Oh, the heat gates are actually going to change the platforms entirely. Okay. The fact that everything is shaking is maybe a bad sign. I feel like we just blew something up. Oh, okay, we have to get out of here before I burn. Am I supposed to... Hang on. There we go. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Heat everywhere. We need to not burn. I am going to burn alive, actually. We need to redo this. That's fine. That's fine. I haven't saved recently. I wonder if there is a checkpoint here, since it is a bit of a sudden segment, but if not, we'll just recover our progress. Feels like I hadn't hit a save in a while. That's okay. We understand this now. I should have actually opened up the charge beam area down here, too. That's okay. Yeah, until the heat started coming up, I didn't realize what the concept was here, and so... pretty easy once you do understand the concept, I think. Oops. And don't let yourself get sniped by too much at a time. Wow, okay. Very dynamic escape sequence here. Grapple point to the left side, if you look at that. Definitely a grapple point. The heat has also stopped overflowing, so... escape successful. Heat segment over here. There we go. Something new. Varia? It's gonna be Varia. Let's suit up. The nice thing about all this is that it has felt very much like the exploration is up to me, but this is also very clearly on the main quest path. In that we were kind of being funneled down along this route without me necessarily feeling like I was being corralled along a tight corridor. Oh, Varia does not protect you from cold in this game like it does in Fusion. So eventually we'll need some other kind of ice proofing. Slightly increases to dash melee's damage. Only to dash, though. Oh, okay. From when you... Yeah. So, standard melee doesn't do much. Dash melee does a bit more. You need to be dashing forward when you do that. We've barely been using that move. I feel like we could have gotten a lot more out of that maneuver. But anyway, now this game is really beginning to open up quite a bit. We know eventually we'll get grapple. By the looks of it. And I guess if this actually filled up with lava rather than just heat, we'd have an issue with this zone. But I think the hot zones are all designated in a standard color that way, so we'll just move forward. Yeah. Anyway, smack that guy. This looks like lava that's gonna kill me a bit, but that's okay. We'll take damage and just grab that. Somewhat unwisely. I mean, you're clearly able to do that, so. Now that we have a little bit of time to look at this segment, let's see if we missed anything particularly interesting. It doesn't look like it. Although sometimes, yeah, I guess we should be paying attention to minimap glow if it is ever applicable. I kept using missiles on these, and beams would have done just fine. I think I was just kind of reading the artwork and thinking missiles would be required. Anyway, this isn't going to be toggled back anytime soon. Oops. Took a bit of a dunk there. If you look at some of these passageways on the map, they are not really eventually traversable, but that's okay. Worth a check. Worth a check there as well. We're not going to take the teleporter yet. I think we should look around to see what else we can do here. Probably quite a lot. Given that there's all this that hasn't been opened up. There's, of course, this location, which it has to be accessed from below, I think, given what is presumably a wave door. Down there. More fall passageways. Let's go left. I think we should go left. No, this is blocked. Everything is blocked. Okay, never mind. We can't go anywhere after all until we have gone back down to unlock that. And we know how to do that. Like, we just need to go back to the other zone and wrap all the way back around like we've seen already once. And then we can blow that up and access the teleport point from below once again. Don't need to do that right away, but it's a meaningful objective we can keep in mind. Anyway, no way forward, I think, but taking the teleport, so let's just do that. Yeah, I do wonder how much flexibility there is going to be on replays for this. It seems like if you were going for speed, that the main optimization would be in the ME zones themselves. Not that I've ever really speedrun these, but it is interesting to think ahead to how future playthroughs are going to change. In the way that Super Metroid, and to some extent Zero Mission, really feel quite different every time you run them. Lots of things you can do with alternate orders, and lots of secrets to uncover. So yeah, that's gonna pop you out. let's just continue this way, and now you do have access to a hot zone, of course, both here as well as here. We can check either one first. I feel like going low is probably going to be the suggested point of progress, which means we won't do it yet. We'll just save that for later and clean up some of the interior zones that we've been passing by along the way. Anyway. This location, I don't know how breakable that is from up top. Doesn't look like it. We'd probably have to go down the bottom. Okay, we can take a risk with a bit of a soak here. Nope, that's going to be speed booster. Okay. Speed booster, and eventually you'll want to be able to walk through the lava. This looks like it's going to be a double jump or a grapple location. Double jump, unless you can grapple to the magnet. Of course, the magnet is in blue, and that matches a grapple, so don't exactly know how that's going to go later, but we'll find out in good time. I mean, I think something eventually like a space jump or some other double jump is a given. This is Metroid after all. But yeah, locking the morph ball behind the ME I think was quite proportionate to its importance as an item. And we've got something up here. Let's not demolish absolutely everything. Grapple location down here, as you can see. That looks like the teleporter, in fact. Orange teleporter. Teleportal, rather. Now you're thinking with teleportals. Orange teleportal is so far not mapped to any zone, and that makes sense given the item progression so far. Yeah, just practicing that timing a little bit. Now, what do we got? We've got the hot zone here, we've got the hot zone down here. Hot zone down here, which has the wave door. And yeah, something down here, probably in the morph ball corridor that we haven't inspected yet. We can check that. Yeah, do a bit of a wall jump and a skip and a hop. And oh no, we're in the wrong layer. I want one level down. See, the expanded minimap can in fact be useful from time to time. It looks like this slot here, actually, that looks really kind of obvious. Ah, haven't seen that symbol. I wonder if that's going to be power bomb or something at a later point. Whoops. The fact that it's in yellow actually strongly implies to me that it is going to be a powerbomb slot when that chooses to show up at some point in the game. And yeah, so that takes care of the glowing in that passageway. Glowing in this passageway is almost certainly going to be the Shine Spark. Glowing in this passageway hasn't really been checked at all, but there is the morph ball passage down here, so that has some potential. Also some heat doors down here that we haven't checked yet. So why don't we go right and then down? Yeah, I have to check the map constantly sometimes to extract a bit more value out of the expanded minimap, which now that I do the backtracking, I'm finding it more and more useful. Whoops. Now, is there anything up here? I don't have a bomb. There is the... yeah, you can drop these rocks, actually, with the explosives that seem accessible in a number of locations. Eventually, we'll need to access that one. Not yet, though. Yeah, because it looks like we'll have to drop those in sequence in order to get anything out of that passage. Really? Yeah, really. Doesn't look like we have the ability to do that yet, then. But that's okay, because this is still a pretty significant shortcut, and it also leads you to another potential hot zone later. Environmentally speaking, here in Cataris, I find that the hot zones are very organically integrated. You have very clear segments of like safety zones within the foundry. And... oh, let's not do that. That's going to take me below 100. Let's just zap this guy. But yeah, the placement of the Varia zones actually makes sense here, which is nice. And Luca, yeah, Mario Maker looks quite weird. We did see some burner segments earlier, though. That should be quite familiar. Anyway, wall jump up here, and missile tank acquired. So, I don't know if there's anything else we can acquire here in the lava. Whoa. Nope, bad idea. Bad idea. We're dead. Okay. It's been a while since I've had a save, too, so we may have to recover quite a bit of progress here with all of the collectibles I've been scooping up along the way. Yeah, actually, all the way since the teleport point, so we've got a lot of stuff to redo, in fact. A lot of stuff to redo. And that's okay. I mean, that's what happens when you just skip the save rooms thinking that you won't need them. And I found a lot of the stuff I wanted to look for in the meantime, so we'll just recover some of that progress and actually remember to save this time, perhaps. Before we get roasted. And yeah, we'll just do this. Get through here, map this out. Did I actually obtain anything here? I don't think I did. I just unlocked this part of the map. Yeah, because there was just that bit on the right side. Whoops. Okay. And there we go. Did we actually pass through here? Yeah, we did because of a hot zone. Let's remember to actually hit some saves along the way. Yeah, this is totally Mega Man, given the slide that you can do here. Anyway, probably shouldn't have taken all of that out. There we go. There we go. There's a partial hit there, will do. grapple point down here. Let's not get roasted. Nope. Now, it was the Morph Ball passage I checked earlier. It was down here, I believe. Oh wait, robot. Okay. And yeah, that was just a power bomb passage that I revealed. Right here, just gotta get that on the map for later. And then we went down to some of the other heat zones that we see down below. That's access closed. Whoops. Right, because we went down low right away. Okay, here we are, once again. Let's not take too much damage. I do need to be able to tank some damage here. If we just drop into the lava like we did last time. Wait, was that all we checked down here? Yes, because hot zones everywhere, and then we checked the next passage, and that's where I died. Do you need to play any other Metroid to understand this one? Summarizes the plot so far pretty well at the beginning. So far, there's nothing here that really depends on knowledge of the other Metroids just yet, but I think it helps, probably, to just kind of recognize what's going on. But no, there's a very brief recap at the start that tells you what you need to know so far for this game. And, you know, these have never been very plot-heavy games anyway. Like, you can get a lot of enjoyment out of just exploring the world, even if you don't follow the overall storyline. I mean, I would definitely recommend playing them if you're able to. You already have Super Metroid off the online service, obviously. And this is 2 games after that. It follows the story of Metroid Fusion, which comes after Super Metroid. And whoops, let's not drop in there. And yeah, definitely if you've played Metroid games before, there are things you'll notice about the structure of the world in terms of what kind of items you expect. And the game so far has been good about subverting some of those expectations too, in terms of what you might assume about the item progression, for instance. Come on. Encounter. There we go. Yeah, something we haven't revealed in this area. Let's see if we can pop something open here in this zone. I don't see anything terribly suspicious. But the coverage of this area is pretty substantial. I mean, I guess maybe that's within the range of the Morph Ball tube down below that we haven't really played with yet, but let's do this bit. Yeah, just inspecting this glowing zone here, in case there's anything significant that we haven't really toyed with. Whoops. Yeah, that's been powered on. Looks like that's not really reachable yet anyway. Let's slot up there. So we'll just take that. That's a bomb slot, I think. Ah, okay, no, because it is a bomb slot, we don't have the Morph Ball bomb yet, so that's not useful for me. It looks like it is supposed to be something like a pinball launcher, in keeping with Metroid Prime Pinball. And yeah, the idea here is that, so this is clearly one of the places I'm able to, no, not this, this is the wave beam door. This is one of the places I'm able to progress. I'll be able to do so if I go back through the red teleportals, and so. I think the thing I do want to do here is go back to Artaria and just open things up again. Do everything the long way. Because that's just how we play. Okay. And up here. And yeah, one thing I haven't commented on enough is that the new Varia suit really does look gorgeous. Also, you have new heat passages that are available on the right side, possibly getting you... you can't quite reach the blue teleporter with that because you would need to death run your way through the lava. And we currently don't have the health to do that. However, look at this passageway up here. That has potential. So maybe before we head down, let's check this slot up here in case we have something that we can do. Yeah, this is a really forward-thinking game in many ways. I quite like that. It's not a straight nostalgia trip or anything, but very much a modernization. Okay, new content. Wonderful. Pretty significant new zone here, in fact. Missile up there. Looks like we don't really have the means to get up there yet. Would need some additional jumps or possibly something like Ice Beam to create some platforms. Yeah. Might as well fire some missiles just to check what kind of platforms we're dealing with here. Okay. Not accessible here yet. Let's go this way then. Okay then, looks like we can't really do much here then. Or can we? Let's not assume too much. Yeah, we can blow that open. That's why we shouldn't assume too much. A magnet going to take me up. Yeah, a substantial segment here. I wonder if it's actually the main route that we just sort of inadvertently encountered. Yeah, I think these games tend to be at their best when you don't have too obvious distinctions between main routes and side content. Looks like this is going to be pretty close to a cold zone. Oh, okay, energy. Let's take that. Right, because this was previously a room that was trapped by the rock slide on the other side, and now we've popped it open. Well, we expanded this segment, but I don't really see what to do with it. Maybe we need to counter. Because I don't see the benefit to moving this unless there's some way we can pop that passage. Might require bombs, but if it does have an item requirement, we should be able to see that with firing some missiles all over the place too. Do something about that. So, I wondered then. Because then what was the purpose of pushing this anyway, unless we have some way to get into that middle segment? Currently, I don't see the point of having pushed that box, given that we can't really access either side. Possibly that's something with an item requirement that I just don't understand yet. But yeah, we drop back down. Let's see, power beam doors, that's all familiar. It's just a hot zone, that's a grapple zone. And we can just drop back down to easy way. Yeah, let's go back. Oh, this is gated off now. That's... Was this something I knew about? Closed thermal trapdoor. I didn't know that would shut me out. However, if I just go back through this passage, then I should be able to go back just fine. It'll take longer. But going through this passageway... Yeah, no, we do actually have to go through here, I think. There are probably some things I'm just kind of doing backwards from the intended order. I still don't know why I pushed that block. The wide beam. And yeah, we did see this area earlier. Probably eventually we can break through some of this in a way that I haven't determined yet. Who knows? Might just be there for camera visibility. Okay, we do have a phantom cloak gate down here. Haven't really seen one of those in a while. We don't need it. No. Yeah, totally missed the auto aim on the melee counter. Okay. And here, we haven't really checked this room, but as you can see, everything is going to be lava gated. We would need a pretty significant health pool to get through there. And it's not going to happen, so let's take this. We'll ride the lift on down. Probably not going to be running this session for too much longer. It would be nice to finish on some moment of item progression, but we'll at least get the red teleportal going again. Just create the loop. We'll see how much longer I can stay for today's session. We will, of course, almost certainly be continuing tomorrow. Very difficult to tear myself away from this game just to make sure everything is recorded on stream. This is actually going to unlock for me right away. I hadn't even checked this before, in fact, last time I was here. And this does give you probably a fairly significant shortcut. Oop. If we drop in accurately on top of that missile tank down here. Nope. I feel like we'll have to clean that up eventually. Just to understand how the drops are going to work. Here we go. And yeah, a little bit of leakage all over here. Artaria. And we have another hot zone that create a shortcut we should maybe consider saving, but that's okay. We just went through the lift, and I think that counts well enough as a checkpoint, so we'll just take this whole passage. Grab some more missiles. And that looks like that's all there is to it. Don't think there's anything else to see here. Yeah, just really gorgeous environments all around. And also something with an aesthetic that's very particular to this game. Whereas a lot of Samus Returns, for instance, seemed explicitly modeled after Metroid Prime. Partly because of those very blocky geometries on 3DS resembling the GameCube art. And anyway, we could just progress through as before and just go back to the teleport station. Was it really this far off? Felt like I got there much quicker last time. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot that we can unlock, of course, going back to the original entry point of this whole zone. A lot to explore, in fact. Yeah, missile spot up there. Let's just continue. And yeah, continue. Sure, let's, wait, let's think about this. Recharge station over here. Yellow teleportal is accessible from the other side of the wide beam, because this is shut off right now. Yellow teleportal is connected to Dairon or Dairon, and is only reachable once you have the Shine Spark or equivalent. So that's not going to be unlocked for a while yet, I don't think. So yeah, no point in trying to go for that then. We will be a while. However, yeah, we can try to push forward, get the red teleportal again, but there's a lot that I can unlock down here first, and we should perhaps go for that while the opportunity presents itself. Nope, Phantom Cloak. I haven't really used the Phantom Cloak since the last Emmy segment. Just given the energy consumption, it does seem a little bit situational. You know, rather than just something you would pull out for any given combat situation, but maybe I'm just not making the most of it. And does Morph Ball give me anything down here? We can eventually make it through some of these passages. This is still unseen. Over here. And now some of these access ways are in fact open. Yeah, we can do it. Certain things are going to open up, in fact, like this. Previously inaccessible, now something that we can get through quite readily. Was there something up here? No, it wasn't. Okay. So yeah, let's just comb the map. I can probably get through some of these slots here. Reveal what else we haven't. Seems like there's a top slot up here that is important, but that looks like it's going to be double jump or ice beam. This whole part to the left here we have not seen. And oh yeah, no, we had seen that on a previous failed attempt. That's behind a grapple gate. It looks like a bit of an open passage to the left as well, going up. That's okay, let's not fuss with that too much just yet. Yeah, this whole thing down here is actually a bit of a closed loop. We should get back upstairs and get back out of what was originally the enemy zone. If we want to grab something like this guy. Nope, wrong way. This looks a little bit more correct. More fall when I jump up. I wonder if I... No. Can't really get the height to do that yet. Anyway, let's go down. And, oh yeah, this is a bomb gate. Forgot about that. We can go around, though. I just still wouldn't be able to reach this particular missile expansion. We can, however, get around segments like that now fairly easily. Take everything out we can. And may as well just continue here. Just to stitch everything together. If we can. Recharge station, a couple of passageways to go through here. Not actually a lot that I missed here, in fact. To be perfectly honest about it. There isn't really a whole lot that I didn't already uncover. There's the ice zone, there's that passage over there, there's this missile, which might not be reachable given the depth of the water tank, but if we can go around to this passageway, that may have some potential. Yeah, so this might not actually be that effective a detour, just given there's not a lot that we haven't already seen. Can't quite get high enough to get the wall jump here, now that the water level has been changed, of course. So that's important as well, in fact, because it means we'd have to take the long way to the left. And I don't know that will get me anything. This is just close to the tutorial zone, in fact. Right here at the entrance. Wide open zone here, of course. Could be a lot that we're missing. We're missing something here, probably to do with the cold room. However, let's check this bit. No, we've been here. However, this here. Okay, looks like another power bomb location. We have marked it on the map, that's important. This has a bit of a memo for later. And yeah, missile expansion up here, this was what I was talking about earlier, that didn't know that was obtainable, but it is. Would have been obtainable quite a while ago, in fact. And can't quite get up there. And Reeboks, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Just got this started today. And yeah, Reeboks, hope everything is going just fine on your end. And let's just try to head back. Yeah, because Reeboks, isn't this usually a Mario Maker day for you, if I'm not mistaken? Taking out some of those people in Versus or whatever else. Mr. Influential, you're not tired at all. I mean, if you're in Pacific time, 2:35 a.m., the night is still very young. This slot here looks very suspicious, but can't really do anything with that ramp the way it is. So likely, with this being tucked behind the bomb slot, we will go for either something like this spot down here or red teleportal, and probably call it a stream from around there. Red teleportal should be the priority right now, though. So Suffragette Eyeshadows Header Assist. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's any particular rhyme or reason to that specific word selection, in case there's something interesting that that combination reveals. But and we do play a lot of word games around here from time to time. I do stream Scrabble from time to time when I have good opponents online. So that kind of thing comes as no surprise. Showed up in your recommended words, yeah. If you type !random, the dictionary bot will spit something at you. Oh no, I don't have the dictionary bot running. Okay, I'll run it next time I stream this game. Forgot to activate it today. Yeah, This passageway over here. Ah, yes, that's right. This is a bit with this gate being lowered on me earlier. I guess we'd have to grapple it back up. Nothing to do there other than grapple, I think. You're going to try to get some sleep. Well, good luck with that. I guess sleep hygiene should actually be taken care of at some point, but, you know, I'm really not the person you want to go to have a good example for a lifestyle of healthy sleeping. Yeah, let's pull this all the way down. Yeah, looks like you do need to zap this from the other side after Shine Spark, as we determined earlier. This segment here, that I actually properly checked this? Probably not. This looks interesting, this gate here. Nothing we can do about it just yet, though. Might be a power bomb gate, perhaps, for all I know. Electric Dude, welcome. And yeah, don't know what is being revealed by the glowing segment so far, but I think probably we need to blow that upper gate to really conclude this, unless there's something interesting in this middle slot here, which doesn't really look to be the case. So, looks like we'll just continue taking the passage to the left. Unless there's something interesting to reveal up here with the shape of that room, maybe so. Sure, let's go top. Nah, we've been here. Nothing to reveal just yet. Maybe at some point if we have a space jump or some other way to get up that dome. Also, some kind of item to be revealed here as well. Again, don't know if I have the appropriate item for it. This is going to be location. Looks like it's going to be a ball bomb. But that's definitely the thing. By the looks of it. Anyway, let's get back here and let's just open up the teleportal one more time. That's how to do it. Whenever it stays open when you go through, I think it should. I believe explosives progress is actually been retained so far, so. Do we have any reason to be going down here? Yes, because I want to check this segment. So. And yeah, Reebok's Electrodude's been turning out a ton of good levels lately. I'm not even fully caught up yet. But yeah, highly recommend that you take a look at his recent list. Did I want to go all the way down here? Yes, I did. And how about down here? Am I able to get back up? Yes, I am. Ledge grab and morph ball. Solving so many problems at once. Anyway, this is new. And let's take a look at this. Yeah, a lot that we can't really traverse here yet. But there's a whole part of the Emmy zone that I didn't even look at when it was still active as an Emmy zone. Looks like we do have a spacer gate over here. A wide beam gate, I should say. No, we need to take this location. Right? Let's center the shot properly. There we go. Ah, okay, that's how it works. Wonder if this gets you anything then. Anything interesting that is accessible to me now instead of later. Oh, a whole other door. And a whole other gate over here. Whoa, okay. That's something. I see something up top. Looks like that's probably not accessible yet. It looks actually kind of like a power bomb expansion, if I were to guess. But I don't think I can reach it. It looks very much like a power bomb. Or perhaps an Aeon expansion, but hard to tell. Not accessible just yet, but we connect some of these passageways over here. And probably go back down and connect some of those passages down low as well, since we know what's going on. Yeah, very much like a power bomb. Let's connect some of that lower stuff. I've just been going back and doing exploration for probably the past hour or so instead of progressing. As if I would ever want to do that. And yeah, this is just back to the wide beam gate. We know all about that. Possibly something going on here on the right side that we can reach, which I can't. Left side over here is news. Content on the map, just a wall jump passage back up. And yes, this was the escape hatch that we saw much earlier on, and that allows me to explore the next location here that we haven't really thought about in any meaningful way just yet. Let's just do a bit of a hop and a skip, and okay, all that does is connect. Okay, so nothing too new over here. Recharge stations, doors, ice zone over there. Power bomb spot, presumably over there. Likely what I'll do is I'll head back to the teleportal, and that will probably be a good place to stop for the day then. Once we traverse back there. Because we've just been doing a bit of cleanup and mapping for the last little while. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get out. Oops. Might as well save in a map room while we're at it. And we can't go up the ramp, so I should have actually hopped up another way. Yeah, if we come through here before we take the slide down, should be able to hop back up there. So let's wrap around the right side. Saw this much earlier in the stream when I was commenting on the ledge jump that you can do with an instantaneous wall jump. Let's see if I can replicate that behavior. I guess it doesn't do that anymore because of the morph ball. But before I had the morph ball, when you just had the ledge grab, you were able to do a quick mounting of that wall with 2 consecutive ledge traps. Yeah. Very dynamic game, just making this very organic use of the wall jump everywhere, whereas it's more of a hidden technique in the older games, to some extent. Speaking of the wall jump, I actually wonder if the animals you saved in Super Metroid, the Etacoons and the Korra, are going to show up. They did show up in Fusion in quite a surprising and rewarding way. In a way that I'd actually kind of forgotten about Fusion until I replayed it earlier in the week. Okay, let's teleport back. And as you can see, fire segments nearby is likely where we'll progress next. That's something we'll probably keep to the next stream then. And Electrodude just wanted to pop in real quick. Yeah, good to see you here too. I will, as I said, not be on for much longer. I'm probably about to dash off myself. Just trying to find a nice, natural stopping point. And taking a teleporter over here to Cataris is likely going to be it. It does pretty much save. We can grab the save station just in case, I think. Instead of relying on a checkpoint in case I do have to exit out of the game. And yeah, so next time looks like the immediate priority is just going to be going down here. Of course, we haven't looked at everything I can look at up here as well, have I? I mean, that's locked behind Shine Spark, probably. This is way out of the way. But in terms of Morph Ball passages, I've exhausted most of what I can, except, oh, this, yeah, this is a ball bomb location, so I can't really go down here yet either, so. Feels like we've been fairly exhaustive about what I can access at this stage. The current moveset doesn't seem to give you much more in a way of possibilities for breaking open this map, so. Yeah, pretty good progress today. I think 38% in Cataris, 48% in Artaria, nothing here in Daron, or Dairon, one of the two. And who knows how many zones we get through on our way up to the shuttle. We're at 4 out of 7 robots remaining. After having taken 3 out already, so yeah, it does track that. We have a very good sense of who the final boss is going to be, just given the opening cutscene. And this will be where we go next time. So, this is probably where we are going to call it for the day. The adventure is going to continue, likely tomorrow. And any other scheduling announcements after that, we will likely leave in the Discord as usual. So thank you to everybody who has joined me for this stream. Obviously, you know, sometimes when you start a new game right at launch weekend as a smaller streamer, you're just going to pull a smaller audience because most of the interested people will be playing. But it's been a pretty rewarding experience so far, and it's been quite nice to have the company of the people who did show up. So do enjoy the game, whether you're playing it or just watching. And there will be more where that came from. In the meantime, we are going to send you off to somebody else. Likely the raid is going to go to somebody doing Mario Maker rather than this game. Partly because I'm personally avoiding spoilers. And as we determine who that is, I will just bid you a good night or a good day wherever you are. Have a great weekend ahead of you. See you soon enough. As always, fare thee well.